Hey everyone, and welcome back. In today's video, we're gonna build an online IDE that is inspired by VS Code, where we can write some code and execute it. We will get either a success or an error message. It'll indicate what is the reason for the error itself. Once you sign up, you will be in the free plan. And if you are in the free plan, you can only run JavaScript. But once you pay, you will get exclusive access to the 9 other languages, such as Python, Java, Go, C#, and even some C++. I cannot wait to unlock these languages, so I'll visit the pricing page and pay for the lifetime access. Payments will be secured and encrypted by a platform called Squeezy, and as soon as we pay, we're gonna get the receipt in our inbox. Now that we have access to all the other languages, let's make the font size a bit larger and run some code. And this platform is not just about running code, but it's about sharing useful snippets with other developers. So as an example, let's share the snippet with the community, and I will give it a title like numbers in C++. And once we submit this, it'll appear instantly in the snippets page, and we can see the summary of each snippet, like who is the owner, what is the language, and when this has been posted. We can give it a star, and if we are the owner, we can delete it as well. We can search for snippets and filter them out by languages. We can switch between this list and grid view, which will have a really smooth animation in between. When we click to a snippet, it will navigate us to the detail page, where we can see the entire code and copy it. But we cannot edit this because this view is read-only, and we can add comments, which can be regular text and code. Also, there will be this preview button where we can see our comment before posting it. And finally, in the profile page, we can see some aggregated stats, like how many code executions we have in total and in the last 24 hours. We can see how many snippets we start and which language we use the most. We will be able to see our entire code execution history with the code and the output. And this code executions will be paginated. And also we can see the start snippets. So this is the entire application, and to be able to build it, we will use Next.js as our React framework. We will use Convex for the real-time database, Clerk for the authentication, Tailwind for styling, and Lemon Squeezy for the payments. Now, I just have to say, this course is not for complete beginners. I am expecting you to know the basics of React and assuming you have built a basic full-stack application previously. It doesn't have to be complex, but just understanding the basics of full-stack development should be good to go. In the description, you can find the entire source code, and if you're going to follow along with this tutorial, I would suggest you to have this source code open as you go through this course, because from time to time, we will be copying and pasting some code that are related to UI design. So in this video, I'll mostly focus on explaining the code and the functionalities rather than writing those long Tailwind CSS classes. And every technology we use in this video is completely free, so you can follow along without paying anything. With that being said, thanks for watching and let's get into it. Okay, so let's get started. The only thing you need is an empty folder that is opened up in VS Code. In my case, I have called it as Codecraft. Feel free to call yours anything that you would like to. Then I will go ahead and open up a terminal so that I can initialize a Next.js application. So I will go ahead and say npx create next app, add latest. And I will put a dot at the end so that it would initialize it under the current folder, which is this one that we are in. But now, instead of going with the latest version, I will actually go with a specific version. At the time that I am recording this video, the latest version is 15.0.3. I am doing this so that even if you are watching this video, 6 months later, you should still have the exact same version with me, because in a couple of months, Next.js will get completely different version. Let's say it would be 16, and there will be some breaking changes. So that's why we're gonna go with this one, and it'll just work even if you are watching this, as I said, a couple of months later. So with that in mind, let's go ahead, initialize it with the default options, which are TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind CSS, and just everything that you see on the screen. Okay, so this will go ahead and give us a Next.js application. And so let's just wait for this to complete. We can talk about the source directory in a second. Okay, let's say just clear this up with Command K. If you're on Windows, that would be CLS. Let's say npm run dev, which will give us the application in localhost 3000. And this is what we have by default. Okay, so everything starts with the app directory actually. So by default, the page.tsx is our homepage. So let's delete everything, and I will just put a div, and I'll say home page. And let's say you want to create an about page. You would go under the about, under the app folder, and create this root name, and we will just say page.tsx. So I will just explain the basics for a second so that we are all in the same page. Other than this, I will expect you to know the basics of Next.js, but just in case it might be your first time, so let's go over the basics for a couple of seconds. Okay, so now we are in the about page. As I said, this is a special file that you would like to have in any route. Let's take a look at the output. This is the home page. Let's go visit /about. This is the about page. And there's a lot more to talk about this, but I think it would be better if we build the project and learn everything as we go. And there is this layout.tsx file, which is the entry point for our entire application. As you can tell, this is the HTML of the entire application. And one more thing, everything is server side by default. So if you say console log hey from about page, save this file and go into the browser, refresh. If you open up the terminal, you're gonna see it says hey from about page, but this is actually being rendered on the server, not in the client. So this is coming from the DevTools from the Next.js. That's why you can see it in the browser. Normally you wouldn't see it. And if you go into the VSCode terminal, you can see actually this code is running on the server. If you want to make this to be a client component, you would go above and you would just say use client directive. So these are the things that we're going to see a lot later in the video, but I just wanted to explain this so that we are all in the same page. Okay, let's go ahead, delete the about route. We don't really need it. We are in the home page. And I think I will delete this one as well. Let's save. And now what do we want to do is just initialize the authentication from the get-go, right? From the start. And for the authentication, we're going to be using Clerk. There will be a special link in the description that you can visit so that we can have the exact same output. I will go ahead and visit Clerk. Okay, so once you sign up, we're going to go ahead and visit our dashboard. And you're going to see how easy it is to set up the authentication with the help of Clerk. So let's see, I will just give it a name. Let's say code craft, and this is what your users will see. I would like to go with email, Google, and GitHub authentication options, and you can add a lot more. I think in the free plan, you can add up to 3 providers. That's correct. In my case, I'll go with these 2, and they have a really generous free plan, so just do not worry, it is not going to expire for this project only. Okay, let's say create application. We would like to go with Next.js. So let's go step by step. I think in total there is just 5 steps or even 4. So let's go ahead, copy this, open up our terminal, paste this in, and let's see the next one, where we would like to get our environment variables. Okay, looks like this is done. We're gonna create this .env.local, paste this in, save it. Okay, so I don't know why, but I always go to the desktop. Sorry about this. I'll go and visit the next step, which is to create a middleware file. I will copy this, and they say put it into the source directory if you are using it. In our case, we are using source directory. That's what we're going to be doing. Under the source, middleware.ts. I will go ahead, paste this in. This is a file that is needed for Clerk to be able to handle the authentication correctly. Once this is done, the very last thing you would be doing is to wrap your entire application with the Clerk provider. And when we're talking about the entire application, the entry point, we should be thinking about the layout file. So let's go ahead, layout, paste this in, wrap the entire application, and import this from Clerk Next.js. So let's try to see a couple of components from Clerk. So let's say we would like to see a sign up button. So you would say, just open this up so that we can get the autocomplete. Sign up button coming from Next.js. But I only want to see this if user is signed out. So I can say signed out and make sure you are getting it from Next.js, not Clerk React. Okay, so if user is signed out, then only show this sign up button. So this feels like an English sentence at this point. And then we can say if user is signed in, then we would like to see a sign out button. Okay, so again, just make sure everything is coming from Clerk Next.js. Let's go ahead and visit the homepage, not the desktop. I'll say go here, homepage. So here we can see there is this sign up button, but this looks a bit ugly, right? We're going to fix it in a second, but let's just test this out. If I clicked it, here we can see I will be in the sign up page. This is how we set this up. We are going to sign up in a second, but let's go ahead, try to fix this. So if you want to customize this, you can close this off, just like that, and you would go inside, put your button itself. You would say sign up or anything that you would like to put, then give some classes like BG Blue. I think I will get this from AI. Like background color, hover state, text white, font bold, some paddings, and rounded. You can do the same thing for the sign up button. Okay, so you get the point, but I think I'll just do it in any case. Let's say give me some classes, come on. Okay, so that's so annoying. AI doesn't work. Let's paste this in, save, and I'll just say even red 500. Okay, so here we can see it is working. I will click it. Now we are in the sign up page, and I will say, let's go with the Google. We can try to sign up. And there we go. Now we can sign out. Before we try to sign out, let's see. Here we can see we have a user from the Clerk dashboard. So you can see all of your users in this dashboard. And there is one more thing, a really cool component called user button. So we can put it in any place. I'll just put it above. Let's say user button coming from Clerk Next.js. Okay, so once you click to it, you're gonna see this drop down where you can sign out or manage your account. We have the security option where we can delete our account, set the password, and just do a bunch of different things. So with this in mind, I'll go ahead and try to sign out. And I think that's gonna be it for the basics of Clerk. So that's really cool, really easy to implement, and it is 100% secure, right? There is an entire team working on this authentication provider. So I will go ahead and delete everything in this file because we don't really need this in the homepage. Next thing would be to set up our database, which is going to be Convex. Again, there will be a link in the description that you can visit. Let's see, this is the only decision for your backend, coming with a bunch of different services, such as server functions, ACID database, vector search, cron jobs, file storage, and the best thing is that this is coming with real-time updates out of the box, and it is type safe, and there is a really cool framework integration, in our case for Next.js. And in its core, there is 3 different parts. So there are like queries where you would like to fetch some data. there are mutations when you want to update, delete, or create some data, right? And finally, the actions when you want to communicate with third-party services, such as, let's say, Stripe, Lemon Squeezy. This is what we're going to be using actually. Instead of Stripe, we'll be using Lemon Squeezy. And let's say you would like to implement some AI functionality. You can talk with OpenAI, which is the third-party service, with the help of actions. So we're going to see this in action. For now, let's go ahead and get started. I think I have already logged in. Okay, so I have a bunch of different projects, just ignore them. You can create it either from here or from your terminal. So this is what I'll be doing. Let's go ahead, visit the VS Code and clear this up. I will say npm install Convex. So it'll be real time by default. And that's going to be really cool because in the Snippets page, we can see what other people are uploading in real time. So it looks like this has been installed. Now we can say npx convex dev. So if this is your very first time doing it, it'll ask you to log in. Once you log in, we can create a new project. So I'll just give this as the name to be codecraft. So now this is going to create a new project in the dashboard. Then it will create this Convex folder. There you can see we got the config, and in the .env local, we got our environment variables for Convex deployment and public Convex URL. Now we always want to have this terminal up and running as well as the npm run dev. So you will always have these two terminals open throughout this tutorial, right? And you can even rename this. So let's say Next.js and go into this one. I will say Convex. Okay, so let's take a look at the dashboard. Here we can see this is just been created 1 minute ago. Let's click it. And everything starts with a schema file where we can really just see our tables, right? We can define our tables, fields, and a lot more. So before we define our schema, I think we need to, how do we call it? We need to make Clerk work with Convex. And we can take a look at the documentation. So I'll say docs.convex.dev. This is the documentation. Let's go with the dark mode and click to the Next.js guide. So we have already initialized our application. We're going to see how to use queries, how to set this up with a provider, how to do mutations, actions later in the video. But for now, let's say go into the authentication, and they have Clerk documentation being provided, right? So we have already created an application. Now we would like to go ahead and set up a JWT template. So from the dashboard, make sure you select this project, configure a JWT template. So they have this first class implementation for Convex that you can click to it. Make sure you copy this, save this one, and let's see what they say. We need to create this auth config.ts file. I will go ahead and visit the Convex folder, auth config.ts. This is what I have copied. I will paste this in for a second. Then let's go copy this and just paste this in. Oops, I'll just paste this in and take this, replace it with this one. So this is our issue URL coming from Clerk. So that should be it. We have some warnings from ESLint, but this is completely fine. It is not an error. So let's go ahead and close this. And what is the next step? They say you would like to wrap your application with the Clerk provider, with the Convex. So let's go ahead and do it. Now they are doing it in React way. We are going to be doing it in the Next.js way, right? So let's go ahead, create a folder under the source. I'll say components, and I will create one more folder called providers. And I think I will call this file as Convex client provider.tsx. Okay, so I'll say RAFCE, just get this one. Now we would like to get the children as the prop. We'll say children, we can make this type safe with the help of TypeScript. And what do we really want to do? So you can take a look at it from the documentation, but basically they say you would like to get the convex with new convex, I think it is a React client, and you would like to put this environment variable, next public convex URL. So TypeScript says that this can be undefined. Let's say it is always going to be in our .env file, and we would like to just wrap our application with the Clerk provider. So say Clerk provider coming from Clerk Next.js. And this is going to be taking the publishable key, again, coming from the process.env. Okay, just like this. Then we're going to go inside, say convex. I think it will be like this. Convex provider with Clerk. Here we can see. And I will copy the name. Okay, it looks like I cannot even copy and paste. There we go. Inside, we'll just wrap the children with it. And this is going to be taking the client as the convex instance that we have created above, and use Auth, which is going to be coming from, let's say, Clerk Next.js. Okay, so this is nothing that I have memorized. It is just coming from the documentation. There we can see, and this is what we have done, but in the Next.js way of doing it. And now we would like to go into the layout file and wrap everything with this one. Okay, so let's go ahead where we have the Clerk provider previously. We're going to keep it up there, but instead we're going to wrap this children with convex client provider component. So this is coming from the components providers from this file that we have just generated. Okay, so with this now convex and Clerk has been initialized correctly. And now a couple of minutes ago, I said we're going to create a schema file for the convex. Let's go ahead and create it. This is going to be the file where we will define our tables. So here we'll just say we're going to have a users table. We're going to have, let's say, code executions table, snippets, comments, things like that. So let's just try to go step by step. I'll say export default and define schema coming from convex server. And this is going to take an object where we can put all of our tables. Let's start with the users. We'll say define a table. Then we can put our fields. So each user will have a user ID, right? And let's say this is going to be type of string. Now we have this validator coming from convex values, and this user ID is actually going to be the Clerk user ID, right? So I'll just put a comment. I'll say Clerk ID. If you really want to, you can call this as a Clerk ID as well, but I would say just follow along with me and go with the user ID as the name, which makes sense, right? And let's say email. They're going to have an email, which will be type of string. They will have name, and we're going to keep track of the state if they are in the pro plan or not. And this is how I came up with as the name is a pro, and we'll say boolean, either true or false. If they are in the pro plan, so we'll say pro since field, which is going to be, let's say v dot number, not string, because it will be a date. But now this could be optional, right? Because if user is not in the pro plan, then this is going to be undefined. So I will cut this for a second. I'll say this is going to be optional and paste this in. Now there is no date in the v, that's why we say number. Okay, process, and if user is a customer, they're going to be like, there will be a customer ID. And specifically, we're going to be using lemon squeezy. So let's say lemon squeezy. I think this is how we type this out. Customer ID. They're going to have a customer ID, which is going to be, again, optional string, because if they are not a customer, then this is going to be undefined. So that's why we say it is going to be optional, as you can tell. And finally, I'll say lemon squeezy order ID. Again, this is going to be optional, and we can add an index. So we're going to see why. Let's say by user ID, and we're going to put the user ID. So later in the video, we can just say, when we want to fetch a user, we'll just say get user by user ID, and we're going to pass the user ID that will give us this specific user. So this is what we're doing with the index. Now, in the same way, we would like to have a different table for code executions. So while we're in this file, let's just put all of our tables, which is going to be around 5 different ones. So let's say executions, define a table with these fields. Instead of typing this out one by one, I think I can copy and paste, then walk you through it so that we don't really waste too much time. So each code execution will belong to one user. So we store the ID, the language, so either JavaScript, Rust, TypeScript, whatever that is, the code itself, the output, and the error. So either it might be successfully done, so we're going to get an output, or if there is an error, we're going to get the error. So that's why they're optional. One of them will be there, or maybe both of them at the same time, but not always. So that's why we say it'll be optional. And again, I would like to put this index so that we can easily access it. All right, so let's do one more, which is going to be for the snippets. So define table. We're going to go ahead and we'll have a user ID. Let me just try to copy all of them. So a snippet will belong to a user. It's going to have a title, the language, the code itself, and let's just put the username as well. So which user shared this snippet so that we can have this easy access. So I'll just even put a comment. Let's say store user's name for easy access. There we go. And we can again add our good old index so that we can get a snippet by user ID. And I think we're going to have the snippet comments. I will go ahead and copy this and paste this in. And I even have a comment that says this content will be HTML content. Well, let me just go from the scratch, like at the top. Each snippet comment will belong to a snippet, right? So this is what we are storing, and we say it is going to be type of ID, specifically a snippet ID. So if you delete this, you can see that this is actually type safe. I was going to say, let's just see. Okay, so even if you say like users, I think it is not working because we haven't saved this schema file yet. But like this should be type safe in a second. We're going to see this. Then after this, we're going to have the stars. And did I explain these? Okay, so a snippet will like a comment will belong to a snippet, and that comment will have a owner, right? That's why we put the user ID, the username of that commenter, and then the content itself. So this could be either something like, hey, thanks for sharing, or it could be some JavaScript code or any code, right? That's why this is going to be the HTML content. So finally, we will have the stars. Let's say stars define table. And one more thing, we have an index where we say by snippet ID. We're going to pass the snippet ID to be able to fetch a specific comment. So I know this might look a little bit complicated for now, but once we call these indexes, I think this will make completely sense. Lastly, for the stars, each star will have a user ID as well as the snippet ID. So you can either put it as v.string or you can say v.id. This is going to be type of user ID. And let's do the same thing for this one. Snippet ID, v.id, snippets. Okay, so I'll just have a bunch of different indexes. I will put it here. Let's say save. Okay, So we can get a star by user ID, by snippet ID, and by user ID and snippet ID. So we're going to be using all of them later in the video. I promise it'll make sense like 100%. But for now, this is going to be our entire schema. Once you save this, you can see from the terminal that it actually saves that and deploys your functions. Here it says your functions are ready, and we got an error while building this. But once you save, it should be working out. Let's go into the Convex dashboard. Here we can see in real time it is working. We can see our schema. So this is what we have in our local machine, right? This is what we have just written, and it is live here in the dashboard. That's pretty cool. We have our tables. For now, we don't really have any documents, but we can make that work. So I think with all this in mind, we have just set up our entire code base where we don't really have any functionalities yet other than authentication, but we just set up the foundations for our application, right? We have built our schema where we have all of our tables. We have added some indexes. Then we have handled the authentication by integrating Clerk, as well as creating a provider where we can just, how do we call it? Like we bind Clerk with the Convex that works in our entire application. And in the next section, we can talk about the webhooks, and I'll see you in the next section. And before we move on with the next section, I have just realized we have an error that says you should use this use client directive at the top of the file. So why this is happening? Well, it's because this is going to be using some stuff that would be running on the client. And this one is also doing the same thing. Here we can understand from the name, it says Convex React Client, right? Client. So we need to go ahead and wrap this with the use client directive, save, and now this should be working out without any issues. Let's refresh. Okay, there we go. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. So let's talk about the webhooks. They sound pretty complicated, but in practice, they're actually really basic concept that we can see in action. So they are automated messages that are sent when something happens. So this something will be when a user created in Clerk. So because if you take a look at the database, we don't have any users, right? But in Clerk, we can see we actually have a user, but like it is not in our database. Because at the end of the day, when you think about it, Clerk and Convex, so Clerk and Convex are completely different services. When someone signs up, Convex doesn't have any idea that user just signed up, right? So we need to say to Clerk, could you send us a webhook, which is an event basically. Okay, so automated message, basically just an event. So we're gonna say, could you send us an event where you would say user created. Let me just shrink this. And we can take that user, so let's say user, you would send this user document to us, and we can basically take it, save it into our database. So let's see how we can make this work. And just once again, they are like webhooks are automated messages that are sent when something happens. So if you take a look at the Clerk dashboard, under the configure, you can see there is this webhooks under the developers tab. So let's click to it, and from the Convex, let's say HTTP actions. Okay, so this is how we can really accept the webhooks. This is how we can listen to them. And they say you should be using your deployment name, convex.site. That we're going to see in a second. Okay, let's go ahead and just say add an endpoint. So for this, we would like to put our deployment name, convex.site. I will copy this completely, paste it here, and let's go ahead and get this deployment name, which is going to be under the .env.local. So I think we can just get this completely up until here. So convex dot, but not cloud. And we're going to just put it here. So at the end, it should be site. So this is my endpoint URL, right? And I would like to listen to this webhook under the Clerk webhook. you can call this anything like hello. It should still work, but to make this sound, okay, I can talk. To make this sense, we need to call this something that is readable and understandable. Clerk Webhook, I will call this. And the event that we'd like to listen to, that we'd like to subscribe, is going to be user.created. You can subscribe to any different events, but this is the one that we're going to be going with. Okay, let's say create. And this will give us a signing secret. So I will copy this and put it into the, let's say, environment variables. But like it shouldn't be in the .env file. You can still put it here. Let's say, how do we call it? Let's just say Clerk Webhook secret. Paste this in, but instead of putting it here, I will actually take this, put it into Convex environment variables. So under the settings, we have this environment variables that we can add anything into here. So I will paste this in. And for the name, I think I will change this. So you know what? We don't really actually need to change this. Let me just try to zoom in. So you can call this really anything like X, but it should be again something that is readable. And this is the Clerk Webhook secret. This is exactly what we got. And let's try to save this. Since we have added it into the Convex dashboard, we can use it in our application without any issues. And to be able to build this endpoint, we're going to go into the, let's say, VSCode, save this file. Under the Convex, we will create this file called http.ts. Now, Clerk is using the svix package. Let's just see pretty quickly. npm svix, if I can type. Okay, so svix webhooks as a service. This is what Clerk uses behind the scenes. That's why we need to use this as well to be able to verify that webhook. So because when you think about it, anyone can send you this event. They would say, hey, a user just been created. But we need to make sure that this event is coming from the Clerk, right? So that's why we're going to be using this package to be able to make sure everything is secure as expected. So I will go ahead, visit this file, and I will create HTTP router, let's say, coming from Convex server. Now let me just make sure to kill the left-hand side, and I will create a route. Let's say http.route. Again, everything is coming from the documentation. I have already taken care of it for you, so you can just follow along. But if you want to, you can take a look at the documentation as well to understand this even more. So the endpoint that we give was /clerk webhook. And the method is going to be post and a handler function. So I will just put it inside. So you don't really want to say async and put it into here, but instead this is going to be an HTTP action. And which is going to be coming from, not from here, I believe. Let's see, HTTP action. Okay, I don't know why I cannot get the auto suggestion, but it should be HTTP action from the underscore generated folder /server. Okay, so this is that folder that has been created by Convex when you say npx convex dev, right? And from there we can get this HTTP action. Now this is going to take a callback function, which is going to be async. Let's say async function. This is going to take the context as well as the request. Okay, so we can go inside and basically verify the webhook, and it should be called as handler. Okay, so I think instead of typing this, I will copy and paste line by line, and we'll go through it. So we are getting the Clerk webhook secret from the environment variables. If this is not being provided, we can throw an error that will say you didn't even provide the webhook secret. But if it is being provided, then we can just check for a couple of different things. Oops. Let me get them. So we're gonna get the header. So from the request, we're gonna get SVIX ID, signature, as well as the timestamp. If any of them are not being provided, we're going to return an error. Again, we'll say you don't even have the headers. Sorry, like it cannot be verified. But if you have the headers, then we can actually try to verify it. So we're gonna get the payload from the request. We're going to get the body out of it. Then we're going to create a new webhook. So let's go here, and we cannot initialize it because we need to get the package. I will open up the terminal. Let's say npm install svix. So probably this is going to crash. Okay, it didn't. So if it crashes, it is because Next.js 15 uses React 19, which is not stable at the time that I am recording this video. If you ever get an error, so you would say --legacy -peer -deps. So looks like we didn't get any compatibility issues, and we don't need to type this out. So just keep this in mind, and I think we're going to be using that later in the video. Now we can try to import it from svix and webhook event. This should be coming from Clerk, Next.js, and the server. So now that we have the headers, we can try to verify it. I know this file might not make too much sense for now. Once we complete this file, we're going to understand everything, I promise. So let's say try and catch. We are trying to verify this body by passing these ID, timestamp, and signature, right? And this event, let's see what it says. Okay, like it's assigned, but value is never being used, which we're going to use in a second. But like if we couldn't verify it, the catch block would work. We would throw a new response with 400 status code. But if not, we can get the event type. So from evt.type, and we can check for that user created event. So I will say if event type is equal to user created, we would like to basically save the user to Convex database, right? And you can see this is completely type safe. These are all the events that Clerk provides you, right? Up until here. So we're going to go with the user created event because this is what we are checking. Then here, let's try to get some data out of the event. So let's go here, say const. We're going to get the ID that is the user ID Clerk will give us. We're going to get the email addresses, and we're going to get the first name as well as the last name. Okay, so in this case, we'll like to get the email because here it says email addresses. User might have a bunch of different emails. So we'll say email. This is the primary email that we'd like to get. So let's say from this array, get the first one and get the email address. Then let's do the name. So I'll say const name. Since we have first name and last name, I will be just trimming both of them into one. Okay, just like that. First name, if it is empty, leave it as an empty string, last name, and trim that. Then we'll like to have a try catch that we'll like to save the user to the database. So that's why we got this context in the first place. Let's say await context.run mutation, and we're going to call this mutation from API, let's say .users.sync user. So since we don't have it, I think we can comment this out. Let's just say, even delete this completely. I'll say save user to database. If we got anything wrong, we're going to get here, say return new response, and you can say error occurred, or let's say error creating user. The status is going to be, let's say 500. And above this, like below this if check, we're going to say return new response webhook processed successfully with 200 status code, right? But we need to handle that function. So let's save, and let me just try to zoom out to explain this file completely. Okay, so we are listening for an event coming from Clerk. We have this path, which is method of post, and we're going to call this action. We're going to check if user sending us the webhook secret, if it is valid or not, then we can try to verify it. So we are checking for the headers if they have been provided. If so, we can try to verify it. If it has been verified, we know that this event has been sent by Clerk, so we can get the user and save it to the database. Okay, I hope this makes sense. At the end of this file, we would like to just say export default HTTP. And here I would like to have my function. So let me just zoom in, and we would like to create that first so that we can call it. So under the Convex, I will create a file for users.ts, and we can put our function to be able to have that mutation where we can save a user to the database. So I will say export const sync user, which will be a mutation coming from generated folder. And this is going to be taking the object where we have the arguments. And let's say user will send us the user ID, which is going to be type of string, or you can say v.id of users. So I think we cannot put it like this because we are creating it for the first time, and user ID is coming from Clerk. So this has to be v.string. Say string, if I can type out. Okay, there we go. Then we would like to put the email, again v.string, and finally the name of the user. Then we would like to have the handler function. So this is going to be an async function where we take the context and arguments. Let me just try to zoom in once again. Okay, so we're going to have, so we have to check if user existed already. Let's say existing user, await context.db, and we can just say query under the users table. Let's go below. We will say, oops, we'll say filter, and we're going to get this query. We'll say if query dot equal to, okay, so this is a bit annoying, but let's go to below. Query is equal to this field. So q.field where user ID, okay, q.field of user ID, if it is equal to args.user ID, right? If this is the case, then we can understand that this user already existed in the database. So once we get that, we can just get the first result. Okay, so we'll say if user is not existed, then we can try to save it to the database. We can say await context.db.insert into the users table. And here you can see it is type safe, that you can see all of the tables that you have. We're going to go with the users and the fields that we'd like to add. The user ID is going to be args.user_id, email, name, and by default is pro is going to be false. Until they pay, this will be false, right? Let's try to import the v as well, coming from convex values. So I hope this makes sense at this point, where we have a mutation that takes an object, right? And this object has two more different fields, like arguments as well as the handler function. Arguments are going to be user ID, email, and name. Handler function will check if user existed. And this is how we can do it. Context.db, query the users table, check for this filter, and get the first result because users, like this user will be unique, right? And we'll just check if it is not existed, we can insert that into our users table. Let's save, and we're going to go ahead, try to call it in this try block. So I will say, let's delete this comment. I'll say await context.run mutation, not action, run mutation, because this is what we have created. And we'll say API that we need to import. Let's go above, say import. Maybe I can get the entire path for this. This will be coming from generated API. For now, ignore the internal. So we have the API. Let's try to use it. API.users. Here we can see this is our table that we have, and we have this function called sync user, and this is going to be taking a bunch of different options. Here we can see the arguments, user ID, email, and name. I will go ahead, say user ID. This is going to be that ID that we have just destructured, the email, as well as the name. So with this, that should be it. Once everything has been verified, we can save the user to the database. We have an error that says error is defined but never used. Let's say console log error creating the user. Okay, so that was a ton of work, but hopefully this makes sense at this point. What we have implemented is basically this. When something happens in Clerk, which is user created, we take it and save it to our database. And our endpoint here in this case is /clerk webhook, which is a post method. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Let's try to see this in action. I will go ahead, delete this user from the users, and just try to see this in action. In data, we don't have any users. Let's try to sign up. I will go into the home page. Okay, what have I done? Let's go into the localhost, into the home page. So currently we are not logged in. Let me go into the home page that we have. I will put a sign up button. Okay, let's save. And I will put a sign out button as well, so that we can sign out. Okay, so let's try to go here. I will say sign up with my Google account. So it looks like we have signed up. Let's refresh here. We should have the user in the Clerk dashboard, and it should be saved in the database. Here we can see it is already here. And if you take a look at the webhooks, you can see like it'll load. We have one item for this. Let's click to it. User has just been created a couple of seconds ago, right? You can click to it, see the details, like verified without any issues. That was the user data. Okay, so you have just built your very first webhook, right? We have listened to it and everything is in sync with each other. So that is really, really cool. In the next section, we're gonna move on with the homepage. So I'll see you there. Alright, so let's move on with the homepage. Currently, we have a couple of different components, which are these buttons. Let's delete them. And what I'd like to do, just go visit the layout and just put a couple of different classes to my entire body. So I will just paste this in where we have minimum height of screen, background gradient to bottom, from this color to this one, text array of 100, flex and flex column. So in my entire application, I would like to see a footer component. So let's go ahead and try to create it. I will put it under the components. Let's say footer.tsx. Now I would suggest you to have the source code next to you. So you just open it up in a tab so that whenever I copy and paste, you can just follow along with me pretty quickly. And this is one of those moments where we'd like to just copy and paste this entire footer component. So go ahead, visit the components, footer.tsx, copy the entire file and paste this in. So we have just a bunch of different links with an icon just coming from Lucid React, and this is a library that we need to install. So I will say npm install Lucid React. Okay, so these are gonna be for the icons that we're gonna be using. Let's save and try to import this footer component. This is just UI, that's why I don't really think that we should be typing this out from scratch. It is completely UI design. there is nothing, no logic at all. And so yeah, with this in mind, I hope you don't mind it that we just copied and paste, but we can basically say, hey, save, take a look at the output. This is how that look, right? We're in the home page, the footer will always be at the bottom. Now let's go into the home page itself. We would like to put a couple of different components. Before we build it, I want to show you how it'll look like. So this is the home page from the demo application. Basically, we're going to have this header component and two different components, one on the left, which will be the editor panel, and then the output panel, right? So let's just try to build this base. What I'll be doing, just try to give you this 10 lines of code. Let's save. Okay, so we have the header component, editor panel, and output panel. But since we don't have them, let's try to create them. We're gonna put it under the components. So normally this is where we would be putting it, but I would like to have a better folder structure. So for this, I will actually delete everything from here. Instead of having this page at the root, what I'll be doing, just delete this completely and put it under the app, but under this folder. So I'll just say root. You can call this anything, but just make sure you wrap it with this brackets. You can call this as home, but in my case, I'll just call it as root. So what this does, basically, it ignores this name from the route. So we're gonna see this in action. Let's say page.tsx, paste that code in. Let's just try to say for now div of header and just delete them. Let's just say editor and preview, let's say. Okay, let's save. Now this should be working exactly the same for the home page. Okay, so this is what we have in the home page. This basically ignores the name from the route, right? So this is actually coming from the documentation of Next.js. Let's say Next.js group routes, or let's say route groups. You can take a look at it. This is the convention. Once you put it, it will be ignored. So you can like take a look at this example where it says we have this marketing folder and every page that are related to marketing would go under this folder, but this would not be in the URL. You would just say /about, you get that. /blog, you would get that. There is no marketing in the URL. I hope this makes sense at this point. So with this in mind, let's go back where we left, bring this back, editor panel, output panel, the header component, and they are related to homepage. So that's why I will put it in this route. And again, we have a file convention. I'll just put underscore components. So this would be ignored from the URL as well. And we can put our components, header.tsx, let's say editor panel.tsx, and we can generate it actually with RFCE. Let's save, do the same thing for this one, and get the output panel. Okay, let's save. And once again, this is how to ignore them from the URL. You would just put underscore as the prefix. Okay, I hope that makes sense. It looks kind of complicated at first, but once you just use it a couple of times or just take a look at the documentation, it just makes a lot of sense. And let's try to import this. We're gonna go ahead and get this one as well. Now we can see the output. This is how that look. I think we can start with the header component where we have two different elements on the left hand side and a couple of different things on the right hand side. Alright, so let's go and visit the header component initially. Okay, so I will make this to be an async function. Since everything is running on server by default, you can make this to be an async function, a server component, and do some backend logic that would be running only in the server, not in the client. So let's just try to get the current user first. I'll say const user coming from current user from Clerk Next.js. This would give us the authenticated user. And before to this, I would like to create a Convex instance. So let's say Convex HTTP client, and we would like to put our environment variable, which is next public convex URL. So again, we have created one function in the backend that we have used, which was a mutation. So it was this one, and we have already used this in the HTTP action. Now we would like to create another function to be able to get a user, right? So let's say export const, and when we talk about getting some data, we're talking about the queries because we are trying to fetch some data. So I'll say get user query and have this option where we'll have some arguments. Basically, we'd like to put the user ID that we'd like to fetch. And for the handler, we can say it will be an async function that takes the context as well as the arguments. And let's say this is going to be an arrow function, and I will go inside and just check if this argument has been passed. If user ID is not being provided, we'll just return null. But else we can just check for the user if it is in our database. Let's say await context.db.query, and I'll go below. Let's say query the user's table, and we had an index, so we can just use it. With index, we'll say by user ID, and we'll like to pass this user ID as the value. So we are going to put the filter after the index, and I think this is what we can do. This is the callback that we get with the query. We say if it is equal to this field that we just passed, then we can basically get the first result. Okay, so we just fetch the user. If it is not in the database, we can return null. But if it is in, we can say return the user itself. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and actually consume this query in the header.tsx file. So I will go below and I will say const convex user, and this user is coming from Clerk, but this one is coming from the database. So we'll say await convex.query, and we'll say api.users.getUser, and we'll like to put the argument, which is the user ID. And here you can see it is type safe if you press Ctrl space, and we can put the user ID in, but this might be undefined or null, so we can just say if so, let's put 2 pipes. Okay, so we're gonna put an empty string, and we will just get the user. Let's say console.log, and we can just put the convex user just like that. So this is a hack that I always do so that it would be formatted in the terminal. Let's visit the homepage component. Let's refresh and take a look at the terminal. Oops, let's just scroll to the very bottom, and here we can see this is the user that we save in the database. ID, creation time, and these 2 fields have been created by Convex by default. They always create this for every single document automatically. Okay, so now that we got the user, we can build the UI pretty quickly. And again, this is one of those moments where I would be copying and pasting some class names because the focus is not really about the CSS, but instead it is about logic. So let's say relative, and we'll say z index of 10. We're going to see why later in the video. Let's say we would like to have this header container. So I will copy this entire div, paste this in, just provide you the classes. Again, as I said, you would like to just actually follow along by copying and pasting if you are not really interested in this CSS stuff. So again, we have one more div, which will be responsive. We're going to have a link coming from next link, that will take us to the home page. And this is the logo actually. So I would like to have a hover effect that would look really cool. Let's paste this in. We're gonna see this in action. This is just decorator. Here we can see that's why it is self-closed. Then we're going to have the logo itself. This is what I will be doing. Just paste this in, and let me just put the comments so that you can actually copy it, paste it pretty quickly. And this is the logo hover effect. Okay, so in the logo we have an icon with this title, and then the span it says interactive code editor. I think that's gonna be it for this for now. Let's see, there we go. This is what we have. We have a really cool hover effect. I don't know if you can see it. Let me just zoom in. Okay, there we go. This looks pretty cool. Now with this in mind, let's move on with the navigation, which will have this button. Once we clicked it, it would take us to the snippets page. So I'll go here after the link. I will have a navigation. Just paste this in. Again, zero logic, just a link. That's why I am pasting this in. Okay, so like, why do I paste instead of typing this all out? So I think if you're following along this complex application, you should be familiar with CSS already. So it doesn't really make too much sense to type absolute instead of zero, background gradient to right. You know, you get the point. It looks really annoying to copying and pasting, but I think it's just even worse when you just try to type out everything. So we have nav after this div, after the other div, right? Just go 2 divs below after the nav. We would like to put some action. So let me just copy this, like this, and close this off. So we're gonna have 2 different components. One for theme selector and one for language selector, right? And this is what we can see from here as well. So we have theme and language selector. These are the components that we're going to be building in a second. And if user is not in the pro plan, we would like to see this button. And if user is like logged in, they will see this run code button. Else, this would be a button that says sign in. Right? And then we have the user button coming from Clerk. So with all this in mind, let's try to build it pretty quickly. We're going to build this in a second, these 2 components. So after the language selector, after this div, just go ahead and paste this with me. So if Convex user is not in the pro plan, we would like to see this pro button that would take us to the pricing page. And let me just grab all the classes like this. Below to this, we would like to see this run button. And again, we only want to see this if user is signed in. Let's import this from Clerk Next.js. We're going to create this in a second. Okay, let's try to actually do it, starting from this one. So under the homepage, under the components, .tsx, is exported by default. Import that, save, and let's do the same thing for this one. .tsx. And this is going to be taking a prop called has access. Oops. So what this does, basically, it says take this field if user is a pro or not, and this gives you either Boolean or undefined. But we always want to have it as a Boolean, so that's why we convert this with this class. So now we can go into the language selector and say we're going to get this has access field, which will be has access of Boolean. Right now, if you save, this should be good to go. We don't have any errors, but we have an error from this. Let's try to build it. Okay, let's save. Oops. Let's import this, and this should be good to go. Now, finally, we're going to have one more component. There you can see Sorry about going to the desktop always, but it happens by accident. This is the button that we would like to have. We would like to put something into this. So that's why I will not just say user button. So I'm not going to be doing this. Instead, I will put it into a component. And you're going to see why in a second. Let's say class name, padding left of 3, border left, and border gray of 800. Inside, we're going to have this header profile button. So this is the name that I come up with. Let's copy it, create it, and try to import it. Let's see the output. Okay, sorry once again. Okay, so it looks like for now it looks like a mess, but we're going to fix it. When you click to any of them, nothing would work other than this one. It would take you to the pricing page, and this would take you to the snippets page. And these are the pages that we're gonna build later in the video. But for now, I think we can start with the header profile button. And why do they don't look inside? Let's see. So I'll just zoom out a couple of times. We have the component or the container, right? Is it this one? Okay, so everything should be inside of it, I believe. I will cut this out and go here inside, paste this in. Is it gonna work? Okay, so this is how it should be looking like, right? I will go back to the VS Code. We have a div, one more div, and then the left hand side, then the right hand side in the header component. Let's start with the header profile button. This is gonna be only UI. So what I'll be doing is just provide this to you that you can grab it from GitHub and paste this in. So here we're importing a login button. For now, just ignore this. Let's say login, or maybe just say login button. Okay, what am I doing? Sorry about this. Let me just zoom in first. Okay, we're gonna say actually sign in button. Okay, just like this. So what we are doing, we are adding one more link into the user button, which is going to be taking us to the profile page. And this is how we can customize it with Clerk. So yeah, this is coming from the documentation. Once again, I didn't memorize this. You can take a look at it from the documentation. Once you clicked it, here we can see we got the profile link. Previously, we only had manage account and sign up button by default, but this is what we can add with this code. And this has to be a client component, otherwise it would not work. So just one last time to be clear, normally we would be putting this user button as self-closed component. This is what Clerk gives us out of the box, but we wanted to customize this a little bit so that we can put our own link. So that's why we have put this user button menu items and user button link, which would take us to the profile page. This is the label and label icon that is coming from Lucid React. And this has to be a client component. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Now we would like to go ahead and build the language selector component, or maybe even theme selector first. Let's open this up. Alright, so this is what we have, and let's take a look at the demo project. So once we click to the theme selector, which is this one, we would like to see this drop down where we have 5 different themes. This image looks a little bit blurry, but ignore that. It is just the image. In our application, it'll look crisp and clean actually. But anyways, now we're gonna have 5 different themes. VSCode Dark, Light, GitHub Dark, Monokai, and Solarized Dark. And for each of them, we would like to have some constant configuration, right? We're gonna just copy and paste some colors. And same for the language. So when you, let's say you select Python, you would like to see some default code on the editor, right? Then user, if they want to, they can update it. And same for the other languages. And one last thing, for this editor, we're going to be using a package, let's say npm monokai, or wait, what am I doing? It should be Monaco editor. Okay, for a second, I forget that, but there we go. This is the actual editor that VS Code uses, right? And we're not going to be installing this. Instead, there is React version of it, and this is what we'd like to install. So as you can tell, this is really popular, right? Let's go ahead and copy this and start by installing it. I will go into this empty terminal, paste this in. Let's see if we're gonna get any errors. There we go, we just get that. And if you actually read this, you can see it says you should be putting this at the end. So I'll just clear this up, paste this in, say -- legacy -peer deps. Okay, so this just resolves the compatibility issues until React 19 becomes stable. So now that we got this editor, I think we can go ahead, build some constants. So again, visit the GitHub repo under the homepage, under the, not components, but we're going to create this constants folder, and inside I will have this index.ts file. What I'll be doing is just copy that entire file, paste this in, and this looks exhausting or overwhelming, but we're gonna see what this does. I will go ahead, kill the left hand side. Let me just walk you through it, this entire file. Okay, so here it looks like we are getting a theme. Let's import that as well, then I will walk you through it. Or maybe just ignore that for a second. So what we do is that we are importing the Monaco theme coming from this package. Then we have this type where we say the language config is going to be an object with this key value pair. The key will be type of string and the value is going to be these fields, which we're going to get into it in a second. We have our constant for language config, the themes, theme definitions. So I will explain all of them in a second. Then we have a function where we can define the Monaco themes. As I said, this looks really complex, but let's just see this in action. So we have 10 different languages. Let me just shrink all of them, like Go, Rust, C++, C#, Ruby, and Swift. Let's take a look at the JavaScript. So here we just put the type. As you can tell, the key is going to be type of string, and the value is going to be all these fields that we see above, like an ID, it is a JavaScript, label, logo path, Piston runtime. This is going to be the API that we are going to be using. So we need to put the version and then the language that we'd like to run our code. Then the default code that you can see, and we have Monaco language, which is JavaScript. So these are related, like needed fields that we're going to use later in the video. And we have the exact same thing for TypeScript, Python, and all these languages. The most important part, if you ask me, is this Piston runtime, where we put the language and a version, because Piston doesn't have all the versions for a language. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Ruby. So here we have 3.0.1 for the Ruby language. If you put 3 version completely, maybe it is not going to work with Piston API. So that's why you need to put these specific versions. And I will show you how you can get the list of those versions. So that's basically it for the language config. We just have all the default code, the IDs, things like that for the languages. Then we have themes with the ID, label, and then the color that we're going to be using. Then the theme definitions. So for the GitHub dark, Monakai, and solarized dark. where we just basically put our rules, the colors for a comment, string, keyword, and for the other rules as well. And this is what we're doing for all these themes. Now you might be asking, why don't we have this, like, why don't we have the VS Dark and VS Light? It is because these are the themes that Monaco Editor gives you out of the box. If you want to use different themes other than these, like this one or these two, you need to put your rules in. So this is exactly what we are doing, just putting those rules. And if I have to be honest, I grabbed these configurations with the help of AI. So if you ask me to really just type this out, I couldn't, and I wouldn't be ashamed for not being able to do it, because this is just some like mundane work that you would like to AI do it for you, right? Then we have a function that we're going to be using later in the video. So if you ask me, there is like literally zero information that you can get from this file. They are just constants, configurations that we're going to be using later in the video. For now, I would say just do not feel bad if you don't understand anything in this file. And let's try to build our types. I will be going into the source, create this folder called types. Once again, I will get it from the GitHub repo. So I'll just first create my file called index.js. Let me zoom in. Okay, so let me just try to find that file. So copy it, paste it, 60 lines of code, and we're going to be using those interfaces later in the video. Let's save. Looks like this is not the correct place, or it is, so just delete that, bring this back. Now it should be working out. Okay, so this is the theme that we are using. Here we say this is going to be an array of theme interface, where we have an ID, label, and color. If you take a look at it, this is what we have: ID, label, and color. Okay, so that was a lot of configuration that we'll be using later in the video. For now, we can go ahead, close those files, and start with the theme selector. And now that we have our package, which is this editor, right? I can't even spell this, but Monaco Editor React. We can close this. Let's try to get the zoo stand as well, which will be our global state management library. So I'm sure all of you guys have used it already in a full stack application, but let me just try to visualize it pretty quickly. So let's say we have a bunch of different components. So let's say this is the parent, these are the child or the children. So let's say you have some state in this component. If you want to use it in this component, you need to just drop it from here to this one so that this one can use it. And code looks really ugly when you do it like this. And whenever you render something here in this component, it just has to re-render this one, re-render this one. So it just becomes really messy, right? Instead, what you'd like to do, just create a state at some place that would be global. And if you want to use it, let me just say this is our state. If you want to use it in any of these components, let me just put the arrows to show the relationship. Let's say you want to use the state in this one. Well, you can directly call it and grab it. If you want to use it in this one, here you can see there is just no zero interactions with any of each other, right? It just grabs it from the global store. And this is what we're going to be using, called ZooStand. There is a bunch of different ones like Jotai, Redux, Recoil, but we're going to go with the one and only ZooStand. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. Let's go ahead, delete that, and go back to VS Code. Try to import ZooStand. Say npm install ZooStand. Let's see if we need to put this legacy peer dapps. Looks like we need to. -- legacy -peer dapps. Okay, so this is what I have run. Looks like it is working without any issues. Let's go ahead and set up our store. So again, I will go under the source, create this store folder, and then inside I will put this use code editor store.ts. Alright, so let's just try to see how we can build this up. I will say import create function from the zoo stand. Then we'd like to get the language config coming from root constants, and we'd like to get, let's say, Monaco. This is the type. I think I can just get it like this from Monaco editor React. Then we'd like to get the, let's say, code editor state. Okay, again, this is the type that I have provided. Let's see where that is. So this is the interface that we have. We say these are the global states and functions that we would like to have in ZooStand. So the language is going to be the global state, type of string, the output, are we running it or not, so that we can show some loading skeletons or some loading state, the theme that we have, font size, error, the editor value itself, execution result, which is a type of this one, where we have the code, output, and the error itself, and a bunch of different functions that we're going to be using. So let's see how we can make this work. We're going to go ahead and say export const use code editor store, where we'd like to call this create function. And this takes a callback where you would like to have this function that you would return your state, right? And this gets two different arguments, a setter and a getter functions, right? Then here we can put the types, which is going to be under this generic, let's say code editor state, so that this thing is completely type safe. Now, if you go here, press command space or control space, you can get all these fields that you have in the interface. If you delete that, unfortunately, you cannot get that. But there we go. These are the states that we're going to have, or the properties. Now, initially, we would like to have some state. So when you refresh your application, let me actually show this. So once you refresh this page, you would like to have some value for the font size, the selected language, selected theme, the code itself, right? These are the things that you would like to store at some point, which is going to be the local storage. So we just need to keep track of that. And for this, I will create a helper function. So first I will say const initial state. I'll say initial state, and we're going to get this by calling this get initial state function. Let's try to create it above. Okay, let's say const get initial state. This is going to be an arrow function, and we need to check the local storage. But local storage is a browser only API, so we need to check it only in the client. So let's just put this if check. We'll say if type of window is equal to undefined, that means we are on the server side, right? So I'll just put a comment. Let's say if we are on the server side, or if we are on the server, just return the default values. Let's go ahead and return that. Return an object. Language, I just want to go with JavaScript as the default language. Let's say font size is going to be, I think, 14, and make sure this is number and not, let's say, not string, because it has to be like that. I will explain later in the video. And I'll just go with 16 to be honest. And for the theme, I'll just go with VS Dark by default. But if we are not in the server, that we can just access to the local storage. So I'll say const saved language. Let's try to get it from the local storage, get item, and I will say editor language. If this is undefined, then we can get it as a JavaScript. Then I'll just put a comment actually. Okay, so exactly like this. Let's say because local storage is a browser API only, it can't be accessed, or you just get the point. So I think it's completely fine to skip that comment. I'll just say return this object where we'd like to get a bunch of different fields where we have the language. It is the saved language, and for the theme we can just say local storage dot get item. Again, I will just say the editor theme. If it is undefined, if it is not in the local storage, we can get the VS Start. And if you want to, you can put it into a variable. I think that would be a better option. So let's say saved theme. Paste this in, and finally the font size. Okay, so this is exactly what I'd like to do, and let's actually make it to separated by hyphens. Theme is going to be saved theme and saved font size, and we would like to make this to be a number because local storage would give you the value as a string. This is what we're doing because Monaco editor wants you to give it as the number value, not string. So that was the reason actually. That's why we're putting it as number. Alright, so we have our function that we are calling it that would give us the initial state. Let's go ahead and hit this, spread it. Then we'd like to have our output. By default, this would be an empty string. And then we would like to have the is running to be equal to false by default, or in the start, no errors, editor will be null. And the execution result is also going to be null. Then we can put our functions such as get code. So let's try to build this entire file. Then we can actually consume all these functions. So once we call this function, it should give us the value of the editor, which is going to be the code itself. So we're going to say get editor.get value. If it is null, there is no value, just return an empty string. Then we would like to have this set editor function, which would be taking the editor, and type is going to be Monaco that we have installed or imported above, right? So we would like to go inside and just try to get the saved code if we have it in the local storage. So I'll say const saved code local storage dot get item, and I'll say editor code, and even I will make this to be dynamic. So when we save the code to the local storage, let's say it is Rust code, we'd like to just put this suffix at the end. Or if it is JavaScript, we'd like to put that at the end. I hope we get the point. So instead of putting it as hard-coded, we're gonna be getting it as this get language, right? Okay, just like that, this would give us the saved code in the local storage. If we have it, we can say if saved code is existed, editor.save, or let's say set value, and we're gonna just put the saved code into it. Then set editor itself. Okay, so I know these functions will look a bit complicated at first. This might not make any sense at all, but once we use it, I think it'll make. But if you take a look at the function, you can just at least understand when we are going to be using it, right? Once we refresh our page, we're going to get the editor on the UI, and we'd like to just check if we have any saved code for this JavaScript language. If so, we'd like to grab it from the local storage and put it as the value. If not, we're going to put the default code. All right. So this is the set editor function. We'd like to have the set theme function as well, where we're going to get the theme as the argument and set it into the local storage as well as our state. So we have this theme state in our initial state. We're going to update it with that. Then same for the font size. We're getting it as an argument and just set this into the local storage as well as updating our state. Then we're going to have set language state. I will actually copy this as well. Okay, so set language, whenever you click to, let's say, you just click to Python, right? What you'd like to do is just step by step save the current language before switching. And we would save that to the local storage and change the language itself. We just change to Python and update the entire output state. Then finally, we would like to have a function to be able to run the code, which is something that we'll get into it in a second. For now, let's just say run code and just leave it as an empty function. I'll just say to do. Okay, so let's see if we have any errors. So this is the only thing that we are not using, and we're going to be using it in a second, maybe in a couple of minutes. So for now, this is going to be our editor or the ZooStand state. And let's try to see how we can use it. So let's try to go into this theme selector component and try to consume this store. And I will close these files so that they are not getting any distracting. So in the theme selector, we would like to have a couple of different states. So let's say first we would like to make this to be a client component because we're going to be using use states, use effects, use ref. So that's why we have to make this to be a client component. So let's say use state, and I think I can just provide this. We're going to keep track of this theme selector if it is open or not. By default, it would be false, and we would like to get the theme as well as the set theme function from this store that we have just created. And then the drop down reference, by default, it would be null, and it is going to be set it into a div element. And finally, we're going to just check for the current theme. So let's try to import this themes constant, and we'll just try to find the current theme, right? This is exactly what we are doing, the pretty basic JavaScript. Then I would like to have a use effect so that whenever I click outside, it should close this drop down, right? So let's go back. I will provide this use effect. Super simple, nothing complex. You can grab this from the GitHub repo under this file, where we just say add an event listener. When we click to like mouse down, call this function, and it just checks if you clicked outside. Basically, this is what it does. And if so, it would say now it is being closed. So it would go into the false state. All right, so now let's try to build the return statement. This is going to be mostly building UI. So we can really just speed up the process a little bit. Let's say relative. We're going to put the ref, which is going to be drop down ref, so that we can keep track of that state. And what I'll be doing is to install Framer Motion so that we can have some animations. Let's clean this up. I'll say npm install Framer Motion. So again, I think we just need to type -- legacy peer depths. If you're not getting that error, that's fine. Okay, so let's try to build a button. And how can we make it with Framer Motion is this. You would say motion.button, and you would import the motion from Framer Motion. Now you can put a couple of different props, and let me just zoom in once again. Okay, so here we can just say while hover, we can just scale this a little bit, and while tap, basically once we click to it, just scale this down a little bit, and on click, just negate the is open state. For the classes, let's add everything that we see here so that it would just look a little bit clean. Okay, so this is the class list that I have. Inside this button, we would like to have one more div. This is the decorator that I will be putting. Let's just say hover state background decorator div. And below to this div, we would like to just add an icon as well as the theme label. So we just have the current theme label as well as this thing right here, palette. So as you can tell, this is what we are trying to build. It is this button, right? So we have the label. Below to it, we would like to have the color indicator. I'll just say color indicator, just like this. And again, it would be a div with some styling. Okay, just like that, this should be good to go. This is gonna be it for the button. Now below to it, we would like to have the drop down itself. And I will say, let's use the animate presence coming from Framer Motion. And you can hover over this, see what that does. Animate presence enables the animation of components that have been removed from the tree. And that's it. So we're gonna say if it is open, we would like to render this right hand side, which is gonna be a motion div. I'll just close this off and let's give the props. So again, we will have the initial state where the opacity of 0, y direction of 8, and it would be scaled down. Once we animate, it would go into this default values. Then in the exit animation as well, it would go into the initial state. The transition where we have duration of like 0.2 seconds. And let's give some classes. Like this. Okay, so I know this is kind of annoying that we are copying and pasting, but as I said, we are just trying to focus on the functionality rather than UI. So this would say select a theme, then we would like to just map through the themes. Let's just get every single theme and return something for it, right? Which is going to be a motion button. So for each theme, we would like to render this button that I have just provided. So we have the key, the initial state, animate state, where opacity changes, transition, and let's get the index. So we will multiply the delay with the index, and we're going to give a class name if this is the theme that has been selected, or if it has been shown, we're going to change the classes that would update the background, and on click to it, this would set the theme with it. We have some decorations, an icon. Let's grab this, the constant that we're going to create in a second. And we're going to have this icon. Let's try to import it, circle off. And again, just the label, color indicator, and then again, some styling. Let's try to create this theme icons. And they are going to be these, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If this one is selected, this is the background color, the border color, as you can tell. But if it is not selected, they would look normal. So let's go above and just try to create it above the function. So I'll say const theme icons. You can grab this from the GitHub repo as well. So we're going to put this as an object where we will have the key and value pairs. VS dark, this is going to be the icon for it. VS light, GitHub dark. So let's say Monakai and solarized dark. So even if you put it like this, TypeScript is not really happy with you, right? Here it says like bunch of gibberish. Let's try to make this happy by putting the type itself. So we'll say this is going to be a record, which is something that you would use for objects. And you would say key would be string and the value would be react.react node. Now everything is working out without any issues. So let's try to see this theme selector in the header component. So we are importing it. Let's go back. So this is what we can see. Like it has really cool styling. When you hover over this, it just looks pretty cool. I will click to it. This is what we get. Everything is animated, right? From top to bottom. And like we can select any of them. So let's go with this one. I will refresh my page. And again, still this one is selected. It's because we have saved this to the local storage. So there we can see GitHub Dark. I will go ahead, let's say Monakai. It has been updated, Solarized Dark. If I refresh, it would still be there and it would update the UI, right? Okay, so I hope this makes sense at this point. And now it looks like we have an error. Let's go ahead and try to fix it. So this is a hydration failed error is because it says what you rendered on the server doesn't really match what you have in the client. So this is the component that is happening. This is where we get the error basically. In the server we are rendering VS Dark, but in the client we are getting this value which is coming from the local storage. And actually you can see this behavior once you refresh this page. So for a second, you will have VS Dark. I will refresh this once again. Then we see this value coming from the local storage. So let's go ahead and fix this. And the solution is basically do not render this component in the server at all. So I will have a client, a state, not client. Let's say const mounted set mounted. By default, this is going to be false. We can have a use state, use effect. Once we basically mount this component, this is not going to be taking anything. Let's say set mounted is going to be true. So this is basically says when we are in the client, make this to be true. And we'll say if we are not mounted, just do not return anything, right? Now, if we go back, refresh, hopefully we are not going to get that error and we don't have that flickering effect, right? We just don't see it until we are on the client. Okay, so that was the fix. Now I think we can go ahead and build the language selector component, which is going to be in the next section. Alright, so now we would like to build the language selector component. Let's go ahead and search for this. We are getting a prop called has access. And by default, this is false. Once user pays, this is going to be true. So let's go ahead and try to add our states that we're going to need. And I think before we build anything, we can just take a look at the output that we'd like to build. So this is the component that we'd like to build, a button. Once we click to it, we get the drop down and the languages will be locked by default until user pays for the pro plan, and they can only run JavaScript in the free plan. So this is what we'd like to build. Let's go ahead and try to make it work just like this one. When we click outside, it will close this drop down. So this is what we have implemented with a use effect, right? And again, we're going to save the values to the local storage just like we have done here. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and try to build it. So I will get a state for the open state. By default, this is going to be false. And we can get a drop-down reference. And again, from userref, this is going to be HTML div element. And we can get a couple of different states from use code editor store. And I will be destructuring the language and set a language function, as you can tell. Then we're going to go ahead and have a use effect so that we can just handle this click outside behavior. I will go ahead and paste this in, import the use effect. So this is what we have done exactly in the previous section. Pretty basic React functionality. And now another thing that we would like to have is going to be an object coming from the config. So let's say a language config. Let's see where that is. It is going to be coming from the constants. And here we would like to give the language as the key. So why are we doing this? So language is going to be a string, right? The selected language name. It could be either JavaScript, Rust, anything. Then we are going to put this as a key, which will give us the value itself. So if we have selected JavaScript, it is going to return this object for us that we can use. So I will call this as, let's say, const, let's just say current language object. So you can call this as selected language object as well. This is the name that I'll be going with. And just before we build the UI, let's just have a function that we can call handle language select. This is going to be taking the language ID. So I'll just say, let's go here. This is going to be a function first. This would be taking the, let's say, language ID, which is going to be type of string. And we're going to do something inside, but for now, let's just skip that. And we're going to be calling this function whenever we click to any of those languages, right? So with this in mind, let's try to build the UI. So let's delete everything and return this div that we're going to have. Wait, not from framework motion. This should be just a div HTML tag. And this is going to be taking the class name to be relative. And we can give the ref to be drop down ref. Then we'll have a button, but this is going to be a motion button. So I will just say motion. We cannot get the import. So let's try to do it manually above. And we would like to get the animate presence as well. We are going to be using this in a couple of minutes. So let's say motion.button and close this off. Again, we're going to be taking a bunch of different props to make this look really cool and clean, just like in the demo application. So I will paste this in where we have this hover state. We scale this up, scale this down on click. And once we click to it, we would like to call this function where we negate the isOpen state, and then a bunch of different classes to make this look cool. Let's just even put it in 3 different lines. And now if user doesn't have access, and if JavaScript is not the language, then it will be disabled, right? So let's take a look at it in this example. User doesn't have an access in this case, and if language is not JavaScript, they would be like disabled. Here you can see we decrease the opacity, and when we hover over this, the cursor will be not allowed. Okay, so with this in mind, let's just say we're gonna have a div, which will be a self-closed div. So I'll go ahead, say div, and this is gonna be for decoration only. That's why I will put it like this. Save this to get the formatting. Let's say decoration only. And if something is just decoration, you can add this best practice where you would say area hidden of true, and it says indicates whether the element is exposed to an accessibility API. In our case, it is not. So let's say area hidden of true. And even if you leave it like this, I think this should be fine. But yeah, this is just for like not for screen readers, only for decoration purposes. And we're gonna go ahead and say we'd like to have one more div with a bunch of different classes. So let's just scoop this in. We have a size of 6, and when you have width and height in the same value, you can basically say size of 6 to shorten this. And on hover state, we update the scale and give some transition as well as the background color. Then I would like to have the image component coming from Next.js. So from next image, then this image will be taking the source, and this is going to be current language object dot. Here you can see we have the logo path, but we don't really have the logos, right? So I will provide this to you in the GitHub repo. You can find all of them, and what I'll be doing actually, just go ahead and copy all of them and paste this in. And I think we can delete those. We don't really need them. So I will delete the windows.svg and basically all of those. I'll just leave the Vercel for now. Let's paste this in. Okay, so we have a bash.png, C++, and all the other languages that you can see. So we're using both JavaScript and JS. I will explain why later in the video, and same for the TypeScript and TS. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and continue with this component. So in the image, we have the source. We would like to give an alt. Let's just say programming language logo. just like this. I would like to give a width of 24, and let's do the same thing for height. Okay, it looks like I cannot type. Let's say height 24 as well. Then class name, let's say width of full, height of full. We would like to give object contain, and finally relative and z index of 10, so it is always at the top. Then outside of this div, I would like to create one more span, and this would be taking the label of the language. So I will just paste this in with a couple of different classes. And below to this span, we would like to have an icon, which is going to be coming from Lucid React. Let's try to import it. So chevron down, either this one or the icon. This is what I would prefer, because at the end it says this is an icon. And if it is open, the rotate would change. So this is really what we are trying to build. So it is this button. We put the image, the label itself, and then this chevron down. Either it would be, so like either it'll just direction will be above or below. Alright, so now we would like to build the drop down itself. After the button, we will say we would like to have animate presence, and we have explained what this does. You can see it by hovering it, right? Then let's say if it is open, then render this part. Again, this is going to be a div, but coming from motion with a bunch of different animation so that it would look clean. So we have initial state, animate, exit, just like in the previous component, which was the theme selector, right? This is the language selector, and that was what we had previously. So inside this, I would like to have a div with these classes. Let's just type this out. Heading X of 3, bottom of 2, MB of 2, border bottom. So we'll say border gray 800, and just decrease the opacity by 50%. And inside we're gonna have a p tag. Let's say select language, and we're gonna give some classes. Text would be XSmall, let's say. It is gonna be font medium, and text gray of 400. Let's save to get this formatting. Outside of this div, we're gonna go ahead and put one more div with a bunch of different classes. I will paste this in. Let's see what this class does. It doesn't do anything, so I will leave it like that. We have a maximum height, overflow Y of auto, and overflow X of hidden. So we'd like to go inside and just map through the language config values. So I'll say object.values. We would like to put this as the argument, language config. And we'd like to just basically map through each language, right? So I will say, give me the language itself and then the index. And let's try to return this part. And I will make this to be a function so that we can just calculate something. I will say const is logged, if this language is going to be logged or not. And this is how we can check for it. If user has not access, and if a language is not equal to JavaScript, then it means it should be logged, right? So with this in mind, let's try to return it. Return a motion div, not button. And again, I can just provide them to you. In the key, we have language.id, initial opacity of 0, then it will be visible and it will be delayed with these classes at the bottom. Then we can have a normal button with a bunch of different classes. I think I'll just paste this in. Okay, so here we say if a language is equal to the current language, add these styling, and if it is logged, change the opacity, and on hover state, I think like if it is logged, change the opacity, but otherwise just in the hover state, update the background color, right? Then inside this button, we can even say like it would be disabled if it is logged. so that user cannot click to it. And on click, we can just say call this function that we have created above with the language ID. And here we can put a decorator once again. So let's go ahead and add a comment. I'll say decorator and paste this in. Then below to this, we can put one more div with a bunch of different classes. So at this point, I feel really bad because I just copy and paste, but I think otherwise this tutorial would be 10 hours just writing some CSS classes. And I didn't use any component library such as Daisy UI or something like Shadcn UI, so that we can just really have only the tailwind in its core, right? If you want to, you can always update it, obviously. So I will be giving some classes for this one, which will be dynamic. What am I doing? Okay, relative, width 8, height 8, or either just size of 8, rounded, large, padding, some transition, and if this is the selected language, then we can add these styles, else we can add this style. And inside we're gonna have one more decorator with an image. So this is what I will be doing. Paste this in. Again, this is the place that we are trying to build. It is the drop down. Okay, so after this div, I will have a span where we just store the language.label. Let's say class name, flex of 1, text of left, on group, hover. Let's just see where that is. Let's just type this out. Group, hover, the text would be white. Then we would like to put the transition of colors. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the span. Now we can put the selected language border, not the indicator, but this is what we are trying to build. Let me show this. So if this language is selected, we would like to see this blue border that you can see here, right? And this is going to be a decorator component that we're going to build, and you can grab this from the GitHub repo as well. This is what I'll be doing. And finally, we can just add this logged icon. So I will say if it is logged, still inside this button, I would like to paste this in. So above this button, I will just paste this in. If it is logged, we would like to see this log icon coming from Lucid React, but otherwise we would like to see the sparkles just like that. So this is what we have built. If it is not logged, we're going to see the sparkles, but else it will be the logged icon. Okay, so let's go ahead and save. Do we have any errors above? Maybe some warnings. Okay, because we are not using them, it is just complaining, but let's take a look at the UI. Let's go here. You are importing a component that needs use effect. So let's just go ahead and mark this as use client. Now it should be fixed. There we can see we can get this beautifully animated selector. I will zoom in. Okay, so this is how that looks. On the hover state, we have this beautiful background. And that's why we have written so many CSS classes, or we have copied paste. So yeah, with this, I think that's gonna be it for this component as well, but we are just missing the functionality. When we click to any of them, nothing actually happens, right? Even though they are logged, but if they wouldn't, nothing would happen. We are not saving it to the local storage. We are not updating the state. So let's just try to even make this like pro plan. I will go here. I don't know why this logged out. Let's try to log in. I will go ahead, make this user to be in the pro plan. Let's say true. And I will be refreshing this. Okay, now here we can see they are not logged because this user has access to the platform. Let's click to them, nothing happens. Let's try to fix this functionality. I will go into the, oops, I have done a mistake. I will go into my VS Code. Here, this is the function that we would like to handle. So let's just first secure this in the client as well. Now we're going to be doing it in the backend as well, but for now, let's just fix it here as well. So you would like to have the validation both in the client and in the server. So we'll say if user doesn't has the access and if a language ID is not equal to JavaScript, just return out of this function. Don't do anything. But if this is not the case, set language to the language ID that they pass, which is going to be the name of the language, either JavaScript, TypeScript, things like that. And the set is open going to be false. Now let's just try to see this in action. I will click to TypeScript. This is what really happened. And I will click to this one. And let's see if the local storage is being updated. So now we have the selected language as Java. That's correct. Let's go ahead and select Go. It has been updated. Even if we refresh, this is what we're gonna get. And again, we have this hydration error that it says in the client and on the server, we are getting different values. So let's try to fix this as well with the same logic that we have done. So in the theme selector component, we have this use effect set mounted function. So we can actually either copy this and paste it into this component, or the better option would be to create a hook. So under the source, I will say hooks, and let's say use mounted, so that we can use this logic in multiple places. Let's say use mounted.tsx. This is going to be looking really similar or basic. I'll say RAFCE, get this use mounted hook. In return, we're not going to return a div. For now, let's just say null. And we can actually try to get this state that we have done, mounted, set mounted. Initially, it'll be false. And once in the use effect, once we mount it, we're going to say just set mounted to be true. So let's say set mounted, will be true. And we're going to return this mounted state. So let's go here, give a bit of space. Let's say mounted. And let's try to call this with the use client. So we don't really need to, because we're going to be using this in a client component. But if you really want to, you can keep it at the top. I think I'll just leave it here at any case. So now in the theme selector, we can go ahead and delete this state. We're not going to be having it as a local state, and we're not going to have the use effect. But instead, we will just get this from the use, how did we call it? Mounted hook. And this would give us this variable called mounted. And there we go. If it is not mounted, return null. Let's save, do the same thing in this component. Import this one. And like we can go here, say if it is not mounted, return null. Now let's save. Hopefully we shouldn't have that error again. So I'm just refreshing a bunch of times. We don't get that error at the bottom. Okay, so with this in mind, now the language selector is also working as expected. We're gonna build the run button after we build the editor panel and output panel, because this run button will be actual logic where we send a request to be able to run our code, save that execution to our database, and a lot more stuff. So in the next section, we're going to build the editor panel component, and I'll see you there. So now in this section, we're going to build one of the most exciting component of this entire application, which is the editor panel that we have on the left-hand side. So we're going to need a couple of different states for this, such as the font side, the editor panel itself. We're going to have a couple of different functions where we can refresh this state. When we click to it, this would take this code to the default value. So let's say user type something in and they want to just clear that out, they would click to this button. Then they can share this snippet, which will be in the snippets page, right? You'll just build something. Let's say this is how to send emails in React, and you would just say share. That would be in the snippets page. And once you click to this button, we're going to open up this dialog where we can give a title and then just share it publicly. So with this all in mind, let's try to build this component. Then we're going to build the output panel. Alright, so I'll just go into VS Code. Let's visit the editor panel.tsx and let's try to get a couple of different states. So the first one will be this open state, where we can just check if is the share dialog open or not. Let's try to import the use state. By default, this is gonna be false. And since we are using use state, let's make it to be a client component. Then from the code editor store, I will get a couple of different values. Let's try to import this first. So we're going to get the language, theme, font size, editor value itself, which is null initially, but we're going to set this up with the set editor function. Then we have the set font size. Let's see what that does. Not from this file, but in the store. So you can always take a look at the function logic itself. This is taking the font size and updating the local storage as well as the local state so that we can immediately see it on the UI. Alright, so with this in mind, let's try to get a use effect that would load the saved code from the local storage. So I'll just say use effect and call it like this. For the dependency array, we're gonna put the language. So whenever the language changes, this would be running. Let's say const save the code. We're gonna go ahead access to the local storage dot get item, and let's say this is the name that how we called it, editor code language. Let's say language, but this should have the $sign at the beginning. So the language itself. So this is the value that we're gonna have in the local storage. And we can say const new code. So this will either be the saved code, but if we don't have it, then it will be coming from the language config as the default value. So I will go ahead and import this as well. And we're gonna say if there is editor on the UI, then we can just say set editor, or maybe editor.set value to this new code. And we're gonna just build this Monaco editor in the UI in a second. And it looks like this says add the editor as well. Okay, so like in the UI later, we're gonna call this editor coming from that package that we have installed. And this would be taking a bunch of different props. For now, let's just leave it like this, and we're going to implement that in a second. Then we would like to get the font size as well. If it is in the local storage, we would like to have it. So I will go ahead and just put this 3 lines where we just check for the font size in the local storage. If it is there, we will call this function with that value. And since we need to put it as a number, I just prefix this with parse int function. Then we're gonna have a function to be able to handle refresh functionality. And I would like to call it like this for now. And let's say one more function, then we're gonna build the UI. Let's say const handle editor change, leave it empty. And one last time, I promise, handle font size change. And let's say, again, this is going to be an empty function that we're going to implement in a second. Okay, let's save. And it looks like, do we have an error? Yep, we have. Let's try to just return a div for now. Okay, so it imported something. I will go ahead, delete that. Let's say just a div. Okay, so this is the entire component for now. Let's try to build the UI. I'll save, get this formatting, and just go inside. This is going to be taking, let's say, class name of relative. Then we will have a div, which is going to be the decoration itself, that I will put it like this. And oops, so what am I doing? This is going to be self-closed. Or not actually, this is not going to be a decorator, my bad. I take the responsibility at this point. This is going to be a div, a container that we would like to build a bunch of different things. So the first thing that we're gonna have is gonna be the header component. So you can take this code from the GitHub repo. This is what I'll be doing. I just don't want to type all these classes, but rather just focus on the functionality. Okay, so I'll paste this in and walk you through it line by line. So we have the header div that is around 50 lines of code. So we have this image component coming from next image, and we show the current language logo. Then we have this code editor text with this p tag. So this is what we are trying to build. It is this header component, this entire thing. Okay, then we have this font size slider component where we have the type icon. Let's import that, and we are calling this function. Let's see, we got an error, but we're gonna fix it. Then we have this framer motion button with hover state, while tap state on click, where we call this function so that we can really update the default code. And again, share icon that would open up the model. Let's import this. Let's go ahead and now fix these errors where we need to import framer motion or just motion from framer motion. Okay, so that was the first error that we have, and now it says you're not calling this function, which we'll be doing in a second. The other error was this. Here it says you are not giving any argument to this function. So let's say this is gonna take the new size. Let's say new size, which will be number, and for now we can leave it like this. So that was the header component. After the header, what we want to build is going to be the editor container. So I will go below to it and I will just say, let's put a comment. So editor container itself, or just the editor, right? I will put a div. Let's say class name is going to be relative. It will be group, and it will have rounded x large, overflow hidden, ring of 1, and ring color is gonna be white of 5, or even just, let's say 0.0.5. So it'll just be extremely subtle. And we're gonna say now we would like to have this editor component, and this is gonna be self-closed, but this will be taking millions of props so that we can make it actually cool and nice on the UI. So let me just walk you through all the props that we're gonna put. So first we're gonna give it a height, right? It's gonna be 600 pixels. Then the language will start with the default language, and this is the name that actually we give. So if you take a look at this constant, here we have Monaco language. So for this JavaScript, it is called JavaScript. For TypeScript, this is what we called. You can give it ID as well, but here we're just making specific to the editor component that this is what that expects. So here, if the code is JavaScript, then you have to give this a language so that it can do the like formatting, highlighting the JavaScript code. I hope that makes sense. This is what we have done. Then on change, we're gonna be calling this function, and we're going to implement this in a second. As you type into this editor component, this is the function that will be run. Then theme itself that we are passing. Before this mounts, we're going to go ahead and define our Monaco themes, which is a function that we have created. So this would be creating that 3 different states that we had, or 3 different themes, such as the GitHub Dark, Monakai, and Solarized Dark. Okay, so now that we have the before mount as well, on mount, that means once this editor in the UI, we would like to call this function with this state, the param, right? And this is what they give you out of the box. So I think this doesn't really look complicated. Initially, I don't know, maybe like, in my opinion, the complicated part is this options, where you just need to put a bunch of different things. So let's just start easy. We will have mini map, and it is it like shown here? If you don't know what this is, I can explain in a second, Let's just say this would be enabled of false for now, and I'll try to show you this in a second. Then we can put the font size as our state that we have. So we can either put it like that, but let's shorten this. Then after the font size, I'll say automatic layout, which is going to be equal to true. And you can always take a look at them from the documentation. This is what I have found working pretty well for me. So scroll beyond the last line, it is going to be false. Basically, once you reach to the last line, I don't really want to scroll like this in the browser. So I will make this to be false. Then I would like to have some paddings from the top and bottom. And I would like to put this render white space in selection state. Let's give some font family. This is looking pretty cool. I have tested this out. Font ligatures, and I will be putting the rest. So like cursor blinking will be smooth. Smooth scrolling will be true. Context menu, which is going to be true, so that you can click it, open up the command palette in the browser. This is what it allows you to do. Render line, highlight all, and as you can see, these options. So I think we can just save and take a look at the UI. Hopefully we are not going to get any errors. Let's refresh. Okay, so this is what we got. Looking pretty cool. I will zoom out. If we try to select this one, it works as expected via dark, light, Monakai, and Solarize the dark. Okay, so this is working pretty well as expected. So if you right click it, you can get this context menu where you can open the command palette, add cursor below. Let's just say now here you can see I have two different cursors. And let's try to open up the mini map that I was talking about. Let's say enabled of true. So this is what you have the mini map, right? Let's just say you have 100 lines of code. Let's just put something. You can see the preview on the right hand side. I don't know if it is visible from the video, but like you can scroll through it here, just like in the VS Code. But instead of having it as open, I think I'll just go ahead and just say this is going to be false. Okay, so you can really just play around with all the options and see how that works. And now at this point, you might be getting some errors whenever you refresh. So while developing this application, this is what I got. Let's just see, we even have here. Okay, so again, but this was not what I was talking about. We're going to fix it in a second. So you might not see this editor component at all. And the solution for this is to just disable the clerk until the editor is loaded. So I'll just go ahead and say const clerk, use clerk, and we are going to go ahead and scroll to the very bottom up until here. We'll say if clerk is loaded, only then render this. So if you're getting the error, this is how we can fix it. And while clerk is being loaded, we can show some loading skeleton, right? I will say if clerk is not loaded, we can show this component called editor panel. Let me just type this in, editor panel skeleton. Let's try to create this file. I will copy the name under the components, paste this in .tsx, and you can grab this from the GitHub repo. This is just UI. That's why I will be getting this entire file. So we have the editor panel skeleton and output panel skeleton in this thing, which is the editor view skeleton. But I think for now we are only grabbing this one. So just ignore them. We're going to be using them later in the video. This is just what we have. And let's try to import it. There we go. Let's save. Just go back to UI. While it loads, we're going to see that loading for a second. There we can see. And to be able to fix this issue, this hydration error, we can say use mounted. and grab this state called mounted. And I'll go ahead say if it is not mounted, return nothing. Or we can return the loading skeleton as well. Yeah, actually, let's just go with this one. And for this, we had this, I think, editor view skeleton. So I will go ahead and try to use that one. Let's save, take a look at the UI. I'll refresh. Okay, so it is not working as expected. I think I'll just leave it as it was before. Editor panel skeleton. Let's refresh. Once again, okay, do we have any errors that is related to hydration? And I think this is coming from the okay, so maybe we should say like return nothing because it says the width changes. I'll say just return null. Let's see what we're gonna get. We're just doing some live debugging. I don't really want to cut this out from the video. Okay, now we just got rid of that error, right? While we are not loaded, in the client, we don't really see anything for this component. And there is this flickering effect that we can see output panel is here for a second, but we can fix it later in the video. Okay, so with this in mind, I think we can go ahead and try to make this thing work for the font size. Currently, it just doesn't do anything. And we can implement the function pretty easily and quickly, which is this one. So at maximum, I want to have my font size to be 24, and at minimum, I would like to have it as 12. So I will just say const size, and we can do a quick trick. Let's say math.minimum, math.maximum, and in the maximum, we're going to say either the new size, and at maximum, we would like to get like either this one or 12, right? And here we're going to put the 24. So if you take a look at this code, you will understand that this size could either be at maximum 24 or at minimum at 12. I hope that makes sense. Let's say set font size to this size, and let's update the local storage as well with this font size. And since this is number, that should be string in the local storage. I think we can also save it as number, but this is what I have done. Let's save and take a look at the output. Okay, so there we go. That's how easy it is. At minimum, it would be working as 12, and at maximum, it is 24. And we get this scroll bar out of the box thanks to Monaco editor. And you can take a look at this input as well. So we have copied and pasted. Here we had this minimum, maximum, this is type of range, value will be the font size, on change we will call this function, and we just have some classes to make it look clean. Okay, so that was handle font size change. I can delete this comment, we don't really need it. Then we can build maybe the handle refresh functionality. So once user, let me just actually show this. Let's just say user put 6 here. When they click to it, nothing happens. We would like to get the previous default code. So I will go ahead and just say, first give me the default code language config. Here we have this variable. We're going to put the language and we'll say default code. And we'll say if this editor is mounted, we can say editor.setValue, which will be this default code. And we can remove the local storage value. Let's say local storage.remove item. And in this case, we had this editor code language. This is how we set that up so far. Let's save, take a look at the output. I'll just put 6 or even 7. If I click to it, we go back to the previous state. You can delete everything or just some part of it. Bring this back, it just works without any issues. Okay, So that was the other functionality. Now let's try to build this one where we'd like to get some value. And this is what Monaco editor gives you. So you will have the either string or undefined. And if you're wondering how do I get these values, you can go ahead and scroll to this editor component where we call this handle editor change. So if you try to have it as a function, here you can see this takes the value out of the box, which is type of string and undefined. Then it takes the event, I believe, which is model content changed event, but we don't really need it. So this is how we can get that type safety. Alright, so we're going to get the value. Let's say if it is not undefined, so if we have the value, we'd like to just set it to the local storage, just like this. And hopefully everything should be working out as expected. I'll just put 6, 7, 8. Let's refresh. This should be still in the local storage. Here we can see we got that value. If I refresh this, refresh the page, I should still have this default code because this is what we have in the local storage, or if we don't have anything in the local storage, we're going to get the default value. And font size is also working as expected. It has been saved in the local storage so that we can just get whatever we set previously. So with that, in the next section, we're going to build the output panel on the right hand side. Okay, so now we're going to build this output panel component on the right hand side. When we click to this run code button, we're going to see the output. This is the default interface that we're going to have. But once we run the code, we would see the output here, and we're going to have a button at the top. Once we click it, we can basically copy this content. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to build this component. And here in the editor panel component, we have a warning that we're going to fix later in the video once we build the share dialog component. So for now, I'll just close everything and just go into the output panel and just build the component itself. So we're going to have this as use client directive because this is going to be a client component that we're going to have some hooks in it. And let's get started with the use code editor store component, or the hook, I should say. From here, we would like to get the output because we are just showing the output of the code, or we're going to have the error itself and the loading state, which is running, right? Then we'll have this thing I said, we're going to keep track of the copying state. Let's say is copied, set is copied. Initially, it'll be false. Once we copy it for 2 seconds, that's going to be true. And we're going to see this in action. I would like to have a variable called has content. So either we have an error or we have an output. That means we have some content to show. And handle copy function as the AI suggests. Let's say in this case, we're just going to say if there is not a content, let's just return and don't do anything. But else, we can just call this as async. I'll say await navigator.clipboard write text. And this would be, let's say, write text. This would be either the error itself or the output. If none of them defined, this could be an empty string, but we're never going to get into this state because we add this if guard. Okay, so after this await, we'll just say set is copied gonna be true. And after 2 seconds, here we can just say set timeout and set this state to be false after 2 seconds. Let's even shorten this and make it one-liner like this. Okay, so these are the functions and states that we have just created. Let's try to build the UI. So in the return statement, I'll delete everything. Let's just say we're gonna have a div, and I don't know why this gets this div. It should be just a regular div HTML element. And we're gonna have a bunch of different classes to just change the styling a bit: rounded, background, relative, heading, ring, and ring color. Then I would like to have this header component. I'll just say header, there we go. and this is where we would like to build. It'll be this header component. So let's try to see this in action. You can grab this code from the GitHub, which is around 20 lines of code. This is what I'll be doing. Let me just walk you through it. Bunch of different classes where we have this terminal icon coming from Lucid React, output span. If we have the content, we're going to show a button that copies the content. Let's say check circle. If it is copied, we're going to see this. It'll say copied, but else it'll just say copy. Okay, so this is what we have in the header component. Below to this div, we would like to just put the, let's say, output area, the container itself. So I will go below and just have a div that would be class name of relative. And inside, I will have one more div with, again, millions of different classes. Let's say relative. Maybe I can provide this to you rather than typing this out, because I think it just doesn't really make too much sense. And so here we'll just go ahead and say if it is running, we would like to render this part, and else we're gonna render this part, right? And here I'll just go inside. If it is running, we can show some loading skeletons. I will say running code skeleton. And you can grab this component from GitHub as well. Let's try to create a function or a file for this. .tsx, and it is under the app, under the root. And I would like to just grab this, paste this in, and let's say export default this component. So we just built some, how do we call it? Skeletons that would look nice with the animate pulse class coming from Tailwind. And I will go ahead and actually just say import this from that file. Okay, so if we are not in the running state, then maybe we are in the error state. So in this case, I'll say if we have an error, render this, else render this part. Okay, so if we have the error, we can just show an alert dialog with the error content itself. This is what I will be doing. Let's get this icon. And if we don't have an error, that means maybe we have some success output. In this case, we would like to render this part, else this part. So I really like this pattern where we just put our JSX like if-else statements. And I think it is not complicated at all. So here I'll just put dev to save. I think we need to put a dev here. Oops, let's just say dev. Okay, I'll just save to get this formatting. So here we can see if we are in the running state, we're gonna see this. If we are in the error state, we're gonna see this. If we're in the output, so on and so forth. Now for the output, again, we'll just have a check circle with the execution successful message, right? And finally, that means we are in the normal state, the default state, I should say, where we'll just see this icon with the text. It says run your code to see the output here, ... So this is exactly what I will be getting from the GitHub. Cloak icon, grab this, and there we go. This is the entire component. Let's see in the UI. Okay, so this is what we have. So let's just say we have some content inside. Let's just say this would be true. And now we can see the copy button. If I click it, it says copied, and it just goes back after 2 seconds. So we're going to see this actually once we run some code. But for now, I will take this to the previous state. Alright, so that's gonna be it for this output panel component, where we have around 90 lines of code, and we will never be working with this component later in the video. So that would be it for this one. In the next section, we would like to build this functionality where we can actually run this code. And for this, we're gonna be using an API. And for the details, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so now in this section, we would like to implement this functionality where we can run the code. But how can we make this happen? Because you might be thinking, well, we can run the JavaScript in the browser, but what about the other languages? How can we run Rust in the browser? Well, it is not really possible. That's why we're going to be using an API called Piston API. So let's go ahead and visit the docs. You can take a look at it, learn everything about it, but basically this will take the user-defined code and run it in an isolated environment. And specifically, it will run it in Docker containers. Let's take a look at the UI or a diagram for a second. So let's say this is you sent a request to Piston API with your code, right? So you just sent some C++ code. It is going to run this code in a Docker container. So let's just say we're gonna have this box, this package. This is gonna be our container, which would be Docker container, right? And it is going to run this code in an isolated environment. So if someone else run the same code, it would be running in a different isolated environment. So your code has nothing to do with others' code. And like there will be a bunch of different containers that you shouldn't be worrying about. This is going to only run your code and give you the output. This is the only part that you actually care. And now, why do we run it in an isolated environment? Well, it's because we don't really want to crash anything in our server, right? So let's say this is a malicious user and not you. And when this malicious user runs this bad code, this malicious code, it would be running in an isolated environment. So it has nothing to do with your own server. And hopefully it cannot break anything. Then let's say we run the code, just forget about this. So this is you run your code and it was successfully done. Then in this case, we would like to send a request to Convex. Basically, we'll just say, hey, save this code to our database so that we can see our past code executions. And if we got an error, again, we'll just send a request and just save it to the database. So hopefully this makes sense. You can take a look at the entire documentation. It is not really, like there is not too much to take a look actually, or maybe there might be. Alright, so they're using the version 2. This is the latest one at the time that I am recording. So if you go with the same version, I think we're gonna be completely fine. And I would like to give you a link. So I will put it into, let's say, I don't know, maybe a layout at the very bottom. I will paste this in that you can copy and just take a look at the output. Let's open up a new tab, paste this in, and prettify this. Let's try to zoom in. So that was like, there were some versions that I have talked about it previously in this video. So when we built the config, let's say constants, here I talked about it, about these versions, right? I specifically said, I think this Ruby version. So this is a version coming from this API actually. Let's see the output. I will just go ahead and say, oops, not this. Let's say Ruby language. And this is the version that they are supporting. And for Rust, this is the version. And for JavaScript, you can see all of them. And these are the versions that I am actually using in this config. So if you take a look at the Rust code, so like for the version, we have 1.68.2. This is exactly what they have in the documentation. So I hope that makes sense. This is where I get them. Alright, so with all this in mind, let's just try to see how we can use it. So at the end of the day, once we click to this run button, we would like to call a function that would send a request to the Piston API. Then it would give us some output back and we would save it to the database, right? So let's just see this in action. I will go ahead and just first build the function. Then we're gonna build this button, which would look something like this. Here we can see. Alright, so let's go back to the VSCode and probably you can guess we're gonna put this function into the code editor store where we have a to-do. Now it is time to actually build that function step by step. So let's just delete this to do and try to go line by line. So I'll just use my get function, the get method. Let's see if we are importing it. Alright, so we have set and then the getter method, which would give us a couple of different states. Let's say we would like to get the language as well as the get code function. Say get code, I'll say const code, call this function so that we can get the current code that we have in the editor. And if there is not code, let's say it is an empty editor, then we'll just put an error. I'll say error, let's say please enter some code. Then we're gonna return out of this function. Now that we are starting to run something, we can set the loading state to be true, just like this, and we can go ahead and build the try and catch block. And now here you would like to also update the other state as well, just reset everything from scratch. So if you had some errors, when you start calling this function, the states would be resetted. I'll just say error is going to be null, and output is also going to be an empty string. Then in the try, we're going to send a request. So first I'll just get my runtime, let's say language, config, and current language give me the runtime, and this is how we called it, piston runtime. Then we're going to get a response back. I would like to just call it as a response, await fetch, and this is going to be the endpoint. Let's just type this out, https emkc org okay, piston execute, and this is the version 2 as I said. So here we would like to put some options. Let's say the method is going to be post, the headers is going to be content, let's just say content type will be application JSON, and in the body, let's say JSON.stringify, and they want you to send a couple of different fields. So they want you to send the language, let's say runtime.language. Let's say this is a JavaScript code, then let's give the version as well as the files, which is going to be taking an array of content. And this is the code that we are sending. We say, hey Piston, could you please run this code and give us some output back, which is going to be in the response. Let's get the data out of it. Await response.json. Then I will just console log this so that we can just see this in the terminal. Let's say data back from Piston. Okay, so let's just continue with the function, and I'll say if we have message, so this means there was some errors, and this is actually some API level errors. I'll say handle API level errors. In this case, we'll like to update the set state. I mean the error state. We'll say error is going to be this data.message, and if you remember, we had this execution result field as well, the state. And here we'll just say again, code is what we get, output, and then the error message itself. Then we can just return out of this function. All right, now we'll just we're gonna have two different if checks. Now you might be asking, why is this? So let me just show this pretty quickly. So we have different kinds of languages. So we have like Python, JavaScript, which are being interpreted, right? And we have something like C++ or Rust, which are being compiled. So you're gonna get different types of errors depending on if they are being compiled or if they are being interpreted, right? I can't even pronounce that, but there we go. So we'll like to just handle this one by one. Let's just first handle compilation errors. I'll say if data.compile, and these are the fields that you can always see from the documentation. Let's say data.compile.code is not equal to 0. That means something went wrong, right? We got some errors. You can console log the error, but I'll just go ahead and say const error, and they have two different fields, such as, let's say, compile dot std error or compile dot output. So either one of them would be the error. Then in this case, we would like to set our state with it. Let's say error, and then the execution result would be whatever you get. And after this if check, I think we can return out of it because we just handled the error. We don't really want to do anything else. But then we can handle the runtime errors. Let's say if data.run and if data.run.code is not equal to 0. Once again, we got some errors. In this case, I'll say const error data.run.std error or data.run.output. Okay, then in this case, we would like to again update our state with it and just return out of this function. But if you are able to get here, that means there are no errors, right? Execution was successful. So let's just say if we get here. Okay, so once again, if you got some errors in, right, like if you're running C++ or any compiled language, you're gonna hit this if check. And if you got some errors in a language like JavaScript or Python, you're gonna hit this if check. But else, if you don't have any errors, you're gonna get into this line where we can get the output. So let's say data.run.output. Hopefully, if we can type this out, there we go. Then in this case, we would like to set our output state with the output. And here I actually want to just say output.trim. And here error is gonna be null. Then finally execution result, where we're gonna have the code, output, and then the error itself. And again, let's just go ahead, trim this out. So with this, we can go into the catch, console log the error. Oops, let's just say error running the code, show the error, and then we'll like to set our state with it. There we go. And finally, we can update the loading state. Either we success or we failed. We'll just say set is running to be equal to false. And I think that's gonna be it for this entire function. And now we can go into the run button component and try to consume this function that we have just created. For now, this might not make too much sense, but once we use it, I think you're gonna see this entire picture where we have basically the entire functionality. So let's go ahead and visit the run button component. So I am in the run button component. Let's go ahead and mark this with use client directive because we're going to be using this hook called use user coming from Clerk Next.js. And this is going to give us the authenticated user from Clerk. And we're going to say, give us the user. It should be looking like this. Okay, then we'd like to get a couple of different fields, say from use code editor store. And then we're going to go ahead, grab a couple of different fields or state functions, right? Let's say run code language itself is running state as well as the execution result. Then I will go and create a function called handle run. This is a function that we're going to create in a second or put the logic. For now, let's just leave it as an empty arrow function. Then let's try to build the UI and let me show you how this would look like. Basically, this is what we have, an icon as well as the text. This is going to be a motion button with some animations. So let's just go ahead, see this return. Let's say motion.dev. And I will go ahead and try to import it. Motion from Framer motion. And again, we're going to have a couple of different fields, which I would like to grab and paste. So it would be disabled Let's see, why do we have an error? So it says property disabled does not exist on, wait, this is a motion dot button, it should be, not a div. Okay, so we have like on click function that would call this function while hover and tap states for the animation, and some class names that would just make it look cool and nice. In the disabled state, cursor will be not allowed. Then we would like to put some decoration for the gradient. I will just paste this in. Let's put a comment. I'll say bg with gradient. Then after this div, I will have the content itself. Let's say div. I will say class name of relative, flex, items of centered, and gap of 2.5. And here we would like to just say if it is running, if it is in the loading state, render this, else render this part. Let's go ahead and build this one, and we have a typo. It should be is running. In this case, this is what I will have. A loader to icon coming from Lucid React with this text, and here I would like to just put the actual run code text. Let's get this Lucid React, and this should be wrapped with a fragment. Okay, so this is exactly what we have, and that's gonna be it for this button other than the functionalities. Let's see the UI, how that would look like. Okay, this is what we got. Hopefully, let's refresh. Okay, wait, why does this keep loading? Okay, so it says in the server component, but no message was provided. Did I kill my terminal? Let me just see. So Convex is up and running. And this is a client component, that's correct. Let's go back, refresh, hopefully. Okay, so current user, for some reason, this is not being provided. Okay, so I think we just got an error in the development, but now if you refresh, we don't really have anything. Maybe that was just an error that I got. Probably you don't have it in any case, hopefully. Okay, so we have the run button. When we clicked it, nothing happens, obviously, but we would like to call that function that we have created. So let's go ahead and try to call it in this handle run function. So I will say await run code, and we're going to be calling this. Then if we have user authenticated, and if we got some execution result, we would like to save it into our database. So let's say to do save the result to Convex. We're going to do this in a second, but let's just see if we can see the output. I'll go here. Let's run this JavaScript code. We have this loading state, and there we go. Execution was successfully done. And this is the output that we have. The original numbers, the squared version of it, even numbers, and then the sum, right? And this is the entire code. Let's just put an error. I'll just say numbers x. And here you can see it already highlights, like it just put 3 dots. It says cannot find name number x. But if we try to run this, again, we got an error. That means Piston API is working as expected. Let's put this back. Let's try to run some Java code. Looks like the editor doesn't work. While I was talking, it just fixed. Let's just say run. Execution was successful. Let's go ahead and run some Python code in this theme. Maybe this one is better. Okay, so here you can see it is working without any issues. Let's run some Rust and go. Okay, so you can test the rest of it, but that means everything is working as expected. And now what's up with the to-do that we have? We would like to call some kind of function that would save the result into the database. So for this, I will go ahead and visit my Convex functions, and here I would like to put it under a file called code executions. So let's say code executions.ts. And this is the exact same name that we have in the schema, right? So we're gonna take this name, create a file for it so that we can get that 100% type safety, and we can put our function into it. Now this is gonna be a mutation. Let's shrink the left-hand side and try to build it. I'll say export const save execution. You can give this any name. This is the name that I'll be going with. Let's get the mutation, which would be taking the args as well as the handler function, which will be an async function that would take the context as well as the args and would do handling some logic. For the arguments, we're going to get the language. So let's say v.string. And can we import the v? Yes, let's say v.string. We're going to get, let's say, output and error. I'll go ahead and say this one will be the error and this is going to be the output. And one of them will be available, as you can tell, so we can just wrap them with v.optional. Just like this. And I'll do the same thing for this one. Say v.optional. Alright, and I can even put a comment. Let's say we could have either one of them or both at the same time. So that's why we just make them optional so that we don't really get any errors if they are undefined. So before we run any code, before we save it to the database, we would like to just check if user authenticated, right? So we would like to take care of it. And since we have handled Clerk with Convex, we can just do it by typing await context.auth.get user identity. And this would give you that identity where we can just take a look at the fields. So we have like address, birthday, email, and in our case, we'll just say if there is not identity, we will just say throw new error. So you can either just throw an error or a convex error to be just more specific, and I'll just say not authenticated. Okay, but if you are authenticated, we can just get the user to check their pro status, right? Let's say check pro status. I'll say const user context, or maybe just await this first. Context.db, let's go below, say query the users table, go below with this index where we called it as user, like by user ID. And we're going to say the filter. Now from the identity, we have this field. Let me just show this. Identity.subject. So this is the actual ID coming from Clerk. We can use that for this filter. So we're going to get this callback function with q.equal to q.field to the user ID. And this is going to be, let's say, identity.subject. Okay, just like that. This is going to give us the user. So let's just say grab the first value. Okay, so I'll just say now if user dot is pro is falsy, right? And if the language is not equal to JavaScript, then in this case we're going to say you should be in the pro plan. Let's say throw new convex error. Let's say pro subscription required to use this language. Okay, hopefully this makes sense. Then if they pass this if check, that means we can save it to the database. Context.db, not auth, insert to the code executions table, and we're just going to take all the arguments as they are. We'll just say this is generated by this user. So say user ID, identity.subject. Okay, so hopefully this should be working out. why did we got an error? Let's see. Code is missing in type, but required in type. So what does that mean? Property code is missing in type. So we have the code, and let's take a look at the schema. Okay, in the code executions, we have the code. I think I forgot to add that. Here, let's say we're going to get the language for this execution, and obviously we should be getting the code. I don't know how did I forget this, but let's say v.string. Okay, now we don't have any errors. Let's save. We would like to call this mutation in this run button component, which is going to be here. But first we need to get the mutation. So let's say const use mutation, which is going to be coming from Convex React. And here we'll just put some stuff inside. Here we'll say API dot, and we can get type safety, right? Type save fields, code execution dot save execution. This is the mutation that we're going to get. I would like to call this as save execution, and we would like to call it inside. Let's give it a bit space. So I'll say await save execution, and this is going to be taking some arguments, which are output, error, language, and code. Let's go ahead, put the language, code, which will be execution result.code, same for the output and for the error itself. And why did we got an error? Okay, so this could be null. So let's just say, in this case, we would like to send undefined, and let's do the same thing for this one, so that TypeScript is happy with us. Okay, let's actually test this out and just check if this is gonna work. So I will visit this page. Let's say run some Go code. Run this code, and if we take a look at the code executions, hopefully we can see something here, right? We didn't have any errors. Code was run successfully. We got the output, and if we try to put an error, let's see what's gonna happen. We got the error, but in the database, looks like error did not work as expected. So this is because how the rendering works. When you run this code, execution result might not be updated because it waits to patch all the rendering at once, or all the state updatings, I should say. So what I'll be doing is to create a handler function. Here I'll go ahead and just shrink this. I'll say export const get execution result. And let's say this is going to be a function that would say use code editor store. Let's get a state from this, get state, which would give us the execution result state. Okay, so this is a completely different function than this one, as you can tell, and this is going to give us the latest execution result value. Now let's go ahead into the run button, and here I am going to be calling that function. So let's say const execution result, or maybe just result. Let's say get execution result, and I will just actually replace them with this value. Hopefully this should be working out now. I will be deleting this. Let's go ahead and take a look at the application. I'll just delete everything. So remember, we had an error, but in the database, looks like it doesn't have an error. It looks like we got the previous success case. So I'll just delete everything in the code executions and just give it a go from scratch. I just refreshed. Let's go with the error initially. We got the error. This is what we have in the database. Let's go with a success case. Run this code. It was successfully done. And here we can see this is the latest one. We don't have any error. But again, if we try to go with an error, we should be able to get that. So with this simple change that we have made, we are just getting the latest state. And we have added this, where is it? We have added this function. So hopefully it should be making sense at this point. This is how we can handle this handle run function, where we just check for the user and check for the result and save it to the database by calling this execution. And let's try to do some different code. Let's just go here, open up the terminal because we are console logging some data. Let's take a look at it. Language is Go, and in the run object, we have this code of 2. That means there is something wrong, right? If code is equal to 0, it means success, but otherwise we got some errors, as you can tell. So this is the output, what they give us. Let's go with a success case. This is the latest data we got back. Language was Go, run, code is 0, and we got the output. Let's go with something like C++. Run this code. And here we can see now we have this compile field as well. And code is 0, we got the run. Let's take a look at the JavaScript. We shouldn't be having this compile in this case. We only have a run. So this is how it works with this API. You can just take a look at their documentation to understand it completely and just be expert on this. I don't know why you would like to do it, but alright, so that's gonna be it for this section where we built the editor and output panels. We are able to run the code, send the request to the Piston API, and save the result to our database. Either we have some error states or success messages. And with this, in the next section, we can move on with sharing snippets and fetching them in the snippets page. So that's gonna be it for the next section, and I'll see you there. So now let's move on with this component. When we click to this button, we would like to see a dialog that would look like this, where we can put the snippet title and just share it so that everyone can see it in the homepage, or I mean the snippets page, not in the homepage. So everyone will be able to see the snippet, and each snippet would have a language, as you can tell, the title and who shared this, when they share it, and the entire code. Here is the preview. Once you click to it, you're going to be able to see it in the snippet page with all the details, and users will be able to add comments. So we're going to go ahead and just see everything step by step. But first, let's start with this dialog component. And this is going to be in the editor panel component because this is where we have this button. So I'll go ahead and visit my VS Code. Let's say Control P and search this component, which is editor panel. And here we can see we have this state that we are not using. But once we click to that share button, here we are calling this function where we make the state to be true. And we will just scroll to the very bottom after this very last div, one more, just go below and say if is share dialog open, then we'll like to show a component, which is going to be share, I think, share snippet dialog. And we're going to be creating this in a second, but let's just give the onClose function where we're going to just go ahead and close the dialog, right? Just turn this off. I'll copy the name, go under the components, under the root, and just paste this in .tsx. Just generate it and try to import it from here. There we go. Let's put the TypeScript type so that it is happy with us. I'll go ahead, say onClose, which is going to be a function, and it is not going to be returning anything. Okay, so with this in mind, let's try to build the functionalities, then we're going to build the UI. So here we would like to have a state. So I will go ahead and just maybe copy that. So we're going to have the title, set title, and initially this is going to be an empty string. Then we would like to have a loading state. I will say is sharing, set is sharing, and by default, this is going to be false. Then from our ZooStant store, we would like to get two different things, the current language and then the getCode function. Then we would like to create a mutation so that we can really just save this snippet into the database, right? And our database is Convex. So let's go ahead and try to see how we can create a mutation for the snippets. So under the Convex, as always, we have done like code executions, users, and in the same way, we're going to create this file called Snippets.ts. And then we're going to build our very first mutation so that we can really just call it here, right? So I will go ahead and try to create my very first mutation for these snippets. I'll say export const, let's say create snippet. This is the name that I will be given, like I will give, let's say mutation, which is going to be coming from this generated folder. And this is going to be taking some arguments. So we would like to get the title, which is going to be v.string. Let's go ahead, copy the v, or import it, I should say. Then we're going to get the language. So let's say v.string, and finally the code for this snippet. Then we would like to have, let's say, handler function, which is going to be taking the context and arguments. Let's just check if user is authenticated or not. We have done this previously as well. We'll just say context.auth get user identity. And if it is undefined, that means user is not authenticated. So I'll just go ahead and throw an error. Now let's try to find the user. So I'll say const user and let me save to get this formatting. So context.db, go under the users table with this index and find this result. If user doesn't exist, we can just return an error, right? Because if you hover over this, you can see this can be either the user value or the null value. So we just need to check for it. Then I will just try to create a snippet if we have the user. I'll say const snippet. Now you might be asking, why do we check for the user? You're going to see in a second. Let's say await context.db.insert into the snippets table. And as always, you can see this is type safe. So go under the snippets. Then I'll say we would like to give the user ID, which is identity. Identity.subject. Then we would like to give the username. So that's why we are actually trying to import the user, right? That's why we are trying to find the user to get the name. And I don't know if we can get the name from the identity. Probably we could. Let's say identity dot, like we should have first name or like name. Okay, so we can get that from here as well, but I'll just get it from the database so that it's exactly the same what we have in DB in the snippet as well. And now I'd like to put the title, let's say args.title language, and then we can just put the code. Okay, just like that, this is going to give us the snippet after it initializes it, or I should say it is going to insert that into the snippets table, then it's going to give us the snippet ID. And from here, we can actually go ahead, return the snippet ID if we really wanted to. Okay, so this is our very first mutation where we got some arguments, and in the handler function, we just handle that. Check if user is authenticated. If user is in the database, then create the snippet for that, create a snippet for that user. Okay, so I'll go ahead and save this, and now we would like to call this mutation in this share snippet dialog component. So I will say const create snippet, and I'll say use mutation coming from Convex React. Let's say API imported, then snippets, and here we can see we have this function, and we're going to be calling this in a second. Now I will create one more function called handle share, and this is going to be that handler function that we're going to implement in a second. But first, let's go ahead and try to build the UI. So I'll just go here. Let's just wrap this with brackets. Let's go inside. Okay, so I'll just give some classes. As you can imagine, I will be copying it and pasting it. You can do the same thing from the GitHub repo. We're basically trying to fix it in the middle of the screen with this opacity background color, and then flex item center, just center everything in the middle of the screen. Then we would like to give one more div as the container, and I will just close that off. Then inside this div, we're gonna have this close button. So I'll just maybe get this X icon from Lucid React, And below to this button, below to the div, we're gonna put a form so that we can put our input. But this is not gonna get any actions. Let's say instead we're gonna have on submit. Then I'll just say handle share function, where we'll handle the logic. Then I will have a div. So let me just actually grab this, paste that in. So margin bottom of 4, we have a label with an input that is required with this placeholder with some classes. And when you type into it, it's going to update the title state. And this is the value, ID, and type of text. Then below to this div, I would like to create one more div with these classes, flex, justify, and gap of 3. Then this is going to be taking the button where we can cancel or share this snippet. Okay, so I'll just save. This is the cancel button. On click, it just close the snippet. Then it is going to have this button where we can share with a loading state, and it's going to be disabled if we are in the loading state. And this is the entire class list. Okay, so with this now, let's go ahead and actually try to implement this function, which is going to be pretty basic. So first, we're going to take the event. Let's just say this is a react.form event. And the first thing we would like to do is just prevent the default behavior so that it doesn't refresh the page. Let's say set is sharing to be true. We're going to have the try catch and finally. Let's say finally. Here we would like to just set the loading state to be false. And in the try, we're going to just get the code first. Let's say get code by calling this function. Then we would like to create a snippet with the title, language, and code that we have. Once we create it successfully, we're going to close the model. Then we would like to set a title to be an empty string. And finally, we're going to say toast.success. And looks like we didn't import the toast package, I should say. And let's just see, we're going to be using React hot toast for this. Hot toast, if I can type correctly. Let's just see if they have any images. Okay, so we would like to see this kind of success messages or error messages. That's why I'll go ahead, copy this, visit VSCode, open up the terminal, paste this in, and let's see if this is going to ask for us to put this legacy peer depths. And looks like it is, so I'll just say legacy peer depths. Okay, so to be able to set this up, you need to visit the layout and put it before the body or in any place, but I'll be putting it here. Let's say toaster component coming from React hot toast. Just like that. Let's save, and now we can actually use it. Let's say toast, import it like this. Then we'll say toast.success, and maybe we can just say snippet shared successfully. Okay, in the catch case, I'll just say maybe console log the error itself. Let's say error creating snippet and toast.error, just exact same thing. Okay, this should be success with double S. Now let's try to save and just test this out if this is going to save it to the database. I'll go ahead to take a look at my snippets. I don't really have anything. Let's try to create this. I'll just get the default code. Let's just say working with numbers in JS. Share it. Here we go. Let's take a look at it. It is here in real time. We got the code, the language, title, where we set working with nums in JS. It is created by this user. Here is the username, and this is like the time, the creation time. Okay, so it looks like everything is working for this dialog. Now in the next section, we're going to go ahead and build the snippets page where we can fetch all the snippets and display them nicely. So I'll see you in the next one. So at the moment, if we visit the snippets page, we get 404. So let's go ahead and try to just create a file for this. And as you might know, we need to go under the app. First, create a route for this under this folder. I'll just say snippets, and we'll say page.tsx. So let's create this page. save, and maybe we can just say Snippets Page. And take a look at the output. There we go. This is what we got for the Snippets page. And this is the end result that we are trying to get. So we'll have some information at the top with a search button, or yeah, search button, search bar, whatever you call it. When we type into it, it's going to actually filter this out. Then we have this two different buttons where we can change the view from grid to list. If you click to it, they would be in the vertical direction, one at a time. Then we have some popular languages, basically like Go, Python, and JavaScript. They would be filtered out depending on the snippets that we have. So if you click to JavaScript, it would only show you this one in the screen, and it would just remove those. And if you click to it once again, it would actually clear this filter, then it would show you everything. So basically, this is going to toggle the state. And with all this in mind, let's just try to go step by step. Maybe start with by fetching these snippets. Then we're going to implement these functionalities where we have starring a snippet and deleting it if we are the owner. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code. In this page, before we try to build anything, I just want to build my query that we can just fetch all the snippets. Okay, so this is the mutation that we have. We would like to build a query to get the snippets. I'll say const get snippets, or maybe get all snippets. Let's say query it will be, and we will have some, actually 0 arguments, because we are just trying to find everything. And we're gonna get the context. Let's say const snippets await context.db.query. We would like to go under the snippets and just collect them. But what I really want to do, actually collect them by ordering. Like before we collect them, I'd like to sort them out. So I'll just say order in the descending order. And by default, it's going to take a look at the creation time. I think this is what it says. Define the order of the query. So I know that by default, it's going to use the creation time. So we can just say collect, and it's going to give us all the snippets back. Okay, so this is going to be our very first query. Then like while we're here, let's just build the other ones that we're going to need. The first one is just check if is snippet start. Let's say start. This is going to be a query that is going to be taking the argument of snippet ID, and we'll say this is going to be v.id snippets. Maybe we can just format this a little bit like this. Let's try to get the v from convex values. We already have it. Let's try to create the handler function where we get the context and arguments. Again, I'll just check for the identity if user is authenticated or not, and if it is not, I'll just say false. This like it is not being started, because this is what you'd like to show to unauthenticated users. Then we can just try to find the star. I'll say const star await context.db.query the stars table, and let's just ignore all of them. So query with index where we have by user ID and snippet ID. So we're gonna just give this filter so that we can actually just get that exact star. So I'd like to give the filter field after with index. Almost always you would like to put the filter so that you can put the fields. So we're gonna get this callback function with the query. So it should be q. I'll say if q dot equal to this q dot field. Basically, we're gonna put the user ID and snippet ID. So let's say user ID. Then we would like to match it with this identity dot subject. Then we would like to put the other field. So I'll say q dot equal to q dot field and the snippet ID. Then we would like to get the first result. There we go. And we'll just say return the star itself. But now this is a value, right? It's an object. We would like to convert this to a Boolean value, either true or false. So we can just put this double bang operators. And there we go. Now this is going to either return true or false. Okay, so that's going to be the other query that we have. Then we can maybe just fetch the star count in a snippet. What I'll be doing is just provide this to you around 10 lines of code. This query called get snippet star count. We're going to put the snippet ID as the argument so that we can just get that exact snippet and just count the like number of stars. And we'll just say stars.length. And I think I just said we are going to fetch these snippets, but instead we are going under the stars table and trying to find a star in this snippet, right? Then we just return the number of stars. So with this, I think we can leave it with these queries and mutations at the moment. And we're going to go into the page.tsx, try to call them, use them, and just make it work. First, I'll call this as, let's say, Snippets Page. It is not really important, but just to make it clear. In the return, for now, we can return a div. Okay, so I'll go here and just have a state first, and I would like to make this to be a client component because I really want this page to be working in real time. And we're going to be using things like use query coming from Convex, and it just has to be a client component. So first I'll just say const snippets, and I will call, let's say, use query API snippets get snippets. Then we would like to have a state for query. I'll say search query, and by default this is going to be an empty string. Then we would like to have this state for the selected language. So if you click to this one, this would be the selected language, but by default it is going to be false. So this is what I will be pasting, and I'm going to import the use state. Here we can see we just say it's either going to be a string or null. By default it is null. And finally we're going to have this state to show either the grid view or a list view. By default I'll go with grid. So I have just accidentally paused the video. Let's just move on. So I just want to talk about something. When you want to fetch something from Convex, you're going to either get the value or it'll be undefined. And while it is undefined, it means it is in the loading state. So I would like to check for this. I'll just say loading state, just to be clear. I'll say if snippets is equal to undefined, then that means we can return some loading skeleton. I'll say, let's have a div with this classes. Let's just say class name, minimum height of screen. I think we can go with this. Let's just see how that would look like. And first I'd like to show my navigation header component. This is something that we're gonna build in a second. Then we would like to show some loading skeletons. I'll say snippets page skeleton, and let's just start by this component. I'll go under the snippets, create this folder called _components, and just try to import this one. Let's just say snippets page skeleton.tsx. And since this is only UI, I will go ahead and copy the entire code from GitHub repo. Here we can see this is just what we got. Just only some classes, nothing, no logic required. So I'll save and try to import this one. And now we would like to build this component as well so that we can just show some navigation at the top of the page. And this is a component that we're going to be using in multiple places. So instead of putting it here, I will actually just put it in my components folder that I have. So we have footer inside, and I will say navigation header.tsx. And again, this is just UI, no logic at all. I would like to grab it from GitHub repo and paste this in. which is around 65 lines of code. And let's just see what we have. We are getting this header profile button. Looks like import path is incorrect. I will go ahead and fix it. Then I'll just walk you through it pretty quickly. And let's select everything and just wrap this line so that we can see everything in view. So the output is gonna be looking like this, I believe, where we have this navigation header at the top. So you might be asking, isn't it the same thing that we had in the homepage? So it is actually a lot different, because here we don't have these buttons, right? In this page, we don't really want to see them, these selectors, and we don't want to see this button. That's why we actually create a little bit different header component at the top. So this is what I'll be going with. This is the entire code and CSS classes that you can take a look. We have the logo, the link that would take you to the snippets page, and right section. In this one, we have the pricing page. If you are signed out, you're going to see this. But if you are not signed out, I think you're going to see this user button. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to get this. I will import it, and just so that we can see it on the screen, I'll just say to be true in the snippets page. Okay, so this is what we have. The navigation header at the top and the loading skeleton while it tries to load them. Okay, let's just take this back to the actual loading state. And now if it is not loading, we can actually return the UI. So let's go ahead and just return a fragment, I believe. So we are not going to go with the fragment, but instead I will just keep this top level div, and I will give this class name where we have minimum height of screen and this background color that you can see. At the top, we would like to see the navigation header component, and then we would like to have this div where we have a class name of relative, maximum width of 7x large, and we will take everything into the middle of the screen, padding x of 4 and y of 12. Then I would like to build my hero section that would be at the top. And for this, we're going to be using framer motion. I'll say import motion from framer motion. It looks like AI can even hear me. Whatever I say, it just tries to import it. So I'll go ahead and try to give you this hero component where we have, let me import this first. So we have a motion div with this initial state. This is how it will animate it. Opacity will be 1, and it'll just change the Y direction. We have a bunch of different classes to make it look cool and nice. We have a button with a text, and then H1, again, some animations, then a p tag that says explore this community. Alright, so let's just save. This is gonna be it for the hero section. Below to this, we would like to have the filters section. So I'd like to just go ahead and grab it as well, paste it, and just walk you through it line by line. Let's just go above. Okay, so it looks like we just have a lot more inside. Okay, so you know what? Let's just go step by step. We're gonna go ahead and import the search icon, and this is what we would like to build. Let me show you. So this is this is the component that we are trying to build. Let's go back. So we have input a search icon. I know this looks disgusting, but this is how we can make it look cool without using any component libraries. Then on change, this is going to update the state where we have this search query, and this is type of text. Then below to this, what do we have? We have the filters bar, and we are going to get the tag icon coming from Lucid React, and we have this popular languages array that we're going to create in a second. And if it is selected, we're going to add some classes, but else we're going to put some different classes. And on click, we are going to update this state, and as I told you before, it is going to toggle the state. So if you click to JavaScript, at first it is going to select this as the query. But if you click to it once again, it is going to like deselect it. So that's why we say either the value is going to be null or the language itself. And we are displaying the image. Here you can see, which is the language.png with the name of it. Then if we have a selected language, we can see this clear filters button. And like this is something that we're going to see in a second. And then we have the view toggle, which is this component that we are trying to build. Let's import the grid icon as well as the layers icon. So this is what we have. Once you click to it, it will set the view to be a list. And when you click to this one, it'll set the view to be a grid. Now let's go ahead and try to create this result as well as this popular languages array. And this is going to be the array that will hold the languages here so that we can display them. Okay, so I'll just scroll at the top and try to build it right here. So I would like to create an array where we call it as languages, and we're going to go ahead, take all the snippets languages and put it into a set. So we only have one of them at a time. Then I would like to get the first 5 results, and I will call this as popular languages. Then we are mapping through it to be able to show those languages in a button. Then we would like to have some filtered results, right? So when we type into that search bar, we're going to get some results, which are going to be filtered snippets, let's say, and we'll say snippets dot filter, and we're going to get, let's say, each snippet, and we'd like to basically do some logic in it. And maybe I can go ahead, grab this. So here we would like to just fetch everything that is in a title, if it is in the language or if it includes the username. So what do I mean? Let's just see. So here we have like Python, right? Here if I just say Python, I would like to get everything that is either in the title, either in the creator name or in the language, right? The selected language. So I hope this makes sense. We're basically just trying to be really aggressive to fetch everything that contains this keyword, the search query. Then we would like to have this check as well. I'll say matches the language, and this is going to be if there is not selected language, then just fetch all of them, or if snippet.language is equal to selected language. And we're going to say return true if matches search and if matches the language. And I hope this makes sense. This might look a little bit complicated if you are not really comfortable with JavaScript, but other than this, I think this is a pretty basic function to go through and understand. Let's just see how that would look like in UI. So I'll just try to refresh. There we go. Looks like we have a JavaScript snippet, and that's correct. This is what we have in the database. We are not just displaying it, right? Let's try to build the UI so that we can have a snippet card. Alright, so I will just go ahead and scroll, take a look at in my notes so that I don't really give anything wrong. We have the filters bar, we had the filters section, and maybe we can put the snippets grid. So below to this div, after the filters section, I'll just say snippets grid. And we would like to have, let's say, motion.div. I would like to put this, let's say, class name. I think this is going to be a little bit dynamic. So instead of typing this out, I'll paste it and walk you through it. So if the view is equal to a grid, then we're going to just put them side by side. So in the large screen, it's going to be 3 snippet card next to each. But if we are in the list view, we're just going to see one of them at a time. So they would be in the stack direction. And then inside this motion div, I will have this animate presence component, and I'll say mode is going to be equal to pop layout. Here we can see, and I'll say filtered snippets dot map get each snippet and return a snippet card for them, which is a component that we're going to create in a second. Say snippet card, give the key and pass the snippet into it. And this should be underscore ID. This is how Convex stored the ID. Let's go ahead and try to create this component. So .tsx and import it in this file. Let's try to put the type so that it is happy with us. So for now, I'll just say snippet, and maybe we can either put it inline or we can say snippet card props. And we can create an interface or type for this. I'll say interface snippet card props, and let's say it's going to be taking a snippet. Then we can just define the types inside. Now we can try to just put it one by one. Let's just try to see how we can do it. We'll say each snippet will have this ID field, and this is going to be a snippet ID rather than type of string. So how can we make this work? Well, we can get this ID coming from Convex, and we can put this a generic where we say it's going to be a type of snippet ID. Then we can put the creation time, which is type of number, then user ID, it is string, then we're going to put the language, code, title, and username. And now if you go ahead, take a look at this snippet, it is type safe, we can get all these fields. But instead of putting it like this, we already have it in our types file. So this is something that I have provided already. In the previous sections, we have created this file. So we can see we have the snippet type. So instead of just repeating myself, I will delete everything that I have here. I'll say just keep it shorter where we have snippet, and this is type of snippet coming from the types. Now, once again, we have the type safe. Type safety, it is working without any issues. And we can delete this ID from this file. Then in the snippet card component, what can we do? Let's take a look at it. So basically, this is a snippet card component. We can display the data, obviously, then just have two different mutations where we can start it or delete the snippet. So with this in mind, let's try to create these mutations, and we're going to build the UI in a second. Let's close those, we don't really need them. Go under the snippets page or the snippets.ts file, try to create a new mutation. I will put it after the first mutation. I'll say export const delete snippet. Let's say snippet mutation it will be. Then we're gonna take the snippet ID as the argument so that we know which snippet that we are trying to delete. So v.id, it'll be type of snippet ID. Then let's say handler function. And let's say get the context and the arguments. So let's try to go step by step because this function is going to be pretty long. So first we would like to check if user is authenticated or not because they are trying to delete something. Then we would like to just get the snippet. We're going to check if snippet exists or not. And then we would like to check if user owns this snippet. So we'll say if snippet.userID is equal to the currently logged in user's ID. If not, we'll say you are not the owner, you cannot delete this snippet. But if so, we can just delete the snippet. But instead of doing it just like this, we would like to do more, right? Because a snippet could have multiple comments. We want to delete all the comments before we delete the snippet. And we would like to delete all the stars that this snippet has. So these are the things that you should consider while deleting a resource. We'll say just get all the comments. We'll say await. And instead of, you know what, just typing this out, I will paste this in 5 lines of code. We just say find all the snippet comments that is belong to this snippet. We collect all of them, and we're gonna go ahead just delete all of them one by one. There we go. For const comment of comments, then just delete them. Then we would like to delete all the related stars. So you can put comments, but I don't really think if we need it. And once again, I'll be grabbing this, pasting in. We are going under the stars table, fetch this, fetch all the stars that are belong to this snippet. Then we are deleting all those stars one by one. Then finally, we can delete the snippet itself. Okay, so with this, that's gonna be it for this mutation where we can delete a snippet. Then I would like to create one more mutation where we can star a snippet. So I will go here, say export const star snippet. Let's have this mutation, which is gonna take the argument. Let's say snippet ID, so that we know which snippet that we are trying to star. Then I'll say handler function. We'll have this async, and oops, I have an extra curly braces. And once again, we'd like to check if user is authenticated or not. So we're gonna get the identity, and we'd like to check if we already started or like we don't. So what I mean, so here we can see if you click to this button, it's going to say, hey, you already started, so let me just negate it. So it's going to unstar it. And if you click to this one, it would star it, right? So this is plus and this is minus. And this is that function that will handle both of the cases. So that's why I'll just first check if this star existed. So again, I'm just pasting this in, but I think we have done this multiple times and it is not that complicated, to be honest. We go under the database, under the stars table. With this index, we are searching for this snippet and like who is this user, right? Then we get that result back. Then we'll just say if existing, that means they have already started. We'd like to unstar it. We'll say await context db delete this existing star, but else let's just try to insert it. So insert into the stars table where we have this user ID, then the snippet ID. Okay, so why this is not really happy with us? So string is not assignable to type. Let's just take a look at the schema, I will say. Schema in the stars. So user ID should be type of string. Let's say v.string, because this user ID coming from Clerk, we should make it to be type of string. Now this is happy with us. Alright, so that's gonna be it for this mutation as well. With this in mind, we can keep building this component. So the first thing I'll be doing is to get the user from, let's say, Clerk. I'll say user, use user hook coming from Clerk. And I think we can go ahead and call this as use client, like add this directive. But since we are using it under the client page, you don't really need to put this technically because it is already a child of a client component. But I'll be putting it in any case if we use it in a different place. Alright, so with this in mind, let's try to get the delete, and let me give a bit space. Let's say delete snippet mutation. And as you can tell, we're going to call the use mutation api.snippets.delete snippet. And we're going to be calling this in a second. Let's have a loading state. Let's say is deleting. And by default, this is going to be equal to, let's say, false. Alright, below to it, I will have a function to handle the delete functionality. For now, let's leave it as an async empty function. And let's start with the UI. I will get the motion first. So I have just imported motion from Framer Motion. Let's go ahead and call this as motion.dev. Then inside, we'd like to have a couple of different props, and I can provide them to you. Here we have some class names. While hover, we will change the Y direction and then some transition. Then let's say we're gonna have a link, which is gonna be a next link. And this would take us to the snippets page, the detailed snippet page. So let's say href is gonna be this dynamic value. I will say slash snippets and slash the, let's say, snippet._id. And we can, I think, give this class name, height of full, and let's say block. And inside I will have a div with, again, a bunch of different classes to make this look really cool and clean. So just like this, let me give some spaces. Okay, inside this div, we would like to have a wrapper component, which is going to be a div, let's say class name of padding of 6 from all directions. Then I would like to have the header component at the top. So this is mostly UI styling. I would like to provide this to you. And again, you can grab this from the GitHub repo. So just go ahead, find the header component and grab this 60 lines of code. Okay, so let me just import everything. Then we can take a look at the output. We would like to show when this has been published by the creation time and formatted albeit. Then we're going to have a star button. For now, just ignore this. We don't have this component. I'll just say let's say star icon. Just replace it with this one. Then we will just check if this snippet belongs to the current user. Then we're going to show this a delete button. Let's import the icon, and while we are deleting, we're going to show this loading div with the animate spin, and otherwise we're going to show the trash icon. And again, we have some classes just to make it look nice and clean. Alright, so there's actually zero logic other than this part, I believe. And we have the image for the snippet language. And here we got a warning. It says you should use the next image component, which is this one. So let's try to use it actually. And I'll say image, import it from next image. And here it says width 1.5 rem, which is equal to 24 pixels. And I would like to just say width is going to be 24 and same for the height, because this one wants you to put these values. And let's just say delete this part, or even just keep that. Doesn't really matter because it wants you to put these two props. So with this in mind, let's just try to save and see the output. Let's see how this looks. I'll go here, and there we go. We have this snippet. This is the only snippet that we have in the database, and we can delete it. I think this is not going to be doing anything for now because we haven't implemented that logic. But let's just try to move on with the UI, then we're going to get there. So I would like to shrink this below to this header component. I would like to have my content. This is the actual content that snippet has. So I'll say div, and again, I would like to grab this from GitHub repo. You can do the same thing under the content comment. You can find it. Here we just have this user icon that we need to import. And we show the snippet title. Let's see what we have, snippet username, and then the snippet code. Let's save, take a look at the output. There we go, this is what we have. When you hover over this, you can, let me just zoom in. You can just see this like change that is happening in the background. Okay, so this is the author, this is the date, language, the image, and the title. When you click to it, it would take you to the snippets page for that specific snippet, right? And let's add this functionality where we can delete it. And maybe before that, we can just try to create some snippets from the home page. Let's create a Python snippet. Let's just say some Python code. It has been shared. Let's go ahead, create some Java code. Like normally you would put something usable, right? Something actually that people can use. But for now, we're just trying to create it for testing purposes. I'll just say some awesome C++ code. And share this. Let's go into the snippets page. Here we can see all of them are here in real time. And if you actually open up an incognito window, let me just put them side by side pretty quickly. So now just take a look at it. I have an incognito window on the right hand side, and with this account, I'll go ahead and try to create some snippets. So this is the C++ code. I'll just say just some C++, and once I share it in real time, it should be here. I'll share. There we go. It has been added into the UI, and looks like it has not been animated. Let's see how we can make this work. I will go into the VS Code. Let's say we would like to add this field where we had the animate presence. Okay, so into this div, maybe we can add this layout field, and you can see what that does. So if true, this component will automatically animate to its new position when the layout changes. And I will save this. Let's just try to test this out once again. So here I am on this page. Let's say share some code. Okay, it looks like it did not work. Let's try to see if we need to add anything else. In the snippet card, maybe into this div, we should add also layout so that it can animate this when the layout changes. Let's see. I will add one more, and this time I'll just change the language. Let's say Rust code, share it. Okay, so it looks like the animation does not work at the moment, but we can make it work. I'll just try to do it once again. Maybe it is because of the grid. I'll refresh first, then just try to share it. Okay, here we can see now it is being animated actually. Let's try to do it once again. Let's say some Rust code. Just take a look at the UI, how it will animate. There we go. And everything is working in real time. So with this in mind, let's try to keep building. I will close this and maximize this entire screen. We're going to go ahead into the snippet card component, and we'd like to implement this handle delete function. So before we do anything, we'd like to just update the state to be true, have a try catch, and finally, where we'll just say set is deleting to be false. In the try, we're going to call this delete snippet with the snippet ID. So this is the argument, paste this in, then in the catch, we can just show a toast. Let's say toast.error, like failed to do error deleting snippet, I'll say, and let's just put a console log. Let's say error deleting the snippet, and we can show the error for debugging purposes. Let's save, test this out once again. I'll go into the snippets page. If I click to this, it will be deleted. And again, I will open up an incognito window so that we can see if it is working in real time or not. So I'll say localhost, just go ahead and take a look at the snippets page. Okay, so we have this random code. I'll try to delete it now. Oops, let me just put them side by side. Okay, so I'll just delete it from here. Let's see. It's gone. There we go. In real time, it is working without any issues. So I will delete this one. And it's gone. We can see the rest. I don't know why this is not being shown correctly. Okay, so it looks like it is responsive as well. Let's try to change the UI. We are in the list view. We can go into the grid view as well. And now next we can, I think, build the star functionality, which is going to be this star button component. So I will visit VS Code, and here we had, let's see, this star icon. Okay, so instead of this, we'd like to have this component called star button, and we're going to make it to be a component because we're going to be using it in multiple places so that it is reusable. So I'll just say snippet ID. This is the argument that we are passing so that we know which snippet we are trying to star. And since we're going to be using it in multiple places, I will put it under the source, under the components. say star button.tsx, and just generate this code, which is going to be taking an ID. Let's say snippet ID. This is going to be in type of, let's say, not string, but specifically, let's say snippets ID, right? This is how we can make it completely type safe by using ID coming from Convex. So let's save this file and try to import it. And this component is going to be relatively easy, like if you compare it to these components. So I'll go ahead and just say const is signed in, which is going to be coming from use auth, coming from Clerk. And we'll say const is start. And this is a query that we have created. So let's say use query api.snippets.is snippet start. And we would like to give this an argument. So I'll just say snippet ID. There we go. And I would like to just duplicate this, where we would like to have star count. Let's give a bit space. So API snippets get snippet star count. And again, just pass the snippet ID as the argument. Then we would like to have a mutation. So let's say const star, which is going to be our function. Let's say use mutation this time. API snippets and star the snippet. Then I would like to have the handler function. Let's say handle star, which is going to be an async function. If user is not signed in, we can just return out of it. But here we can basically call the star function with the snippet ID if user is signed in. Then in the return, we would like to have a button with class name that is going to be like, how do I call it? Again, we're going to be pasting it. Then on click, we're going to call the handle star function. And here, if it is start, the color will be yellow, but else it would be in the gray text. Then inside, I would like to have the star count as well as a star icon. Okay, so here we can see this is what we have. I'll just even give this size of 4, or you can leave it as it is. Let's just see, why do we have a warning? It says you are not using this star icon, so let's delete it and just test this out. I would like to star this one. Here we can see it just updates after like 500 milliseconds or even less. Once you clicked it, like once again, looks like it doesn't work. We can just take a look at it, but starring functionality works, unstarring doesn't work. That we're gonna fix. Okay, so if you take a look at the database, we got snippet stars, and we have 4 different stars. 1, 2, 3, 4. But why does unstarring doesn't work? Let's go here, take a look at the function. Okay, so it should be else. Like if and else, in this case, it should be working out. I forgot to add the else. Let's take a look at it once again. I'll click to this one. It has been unstarred. In the database, we should have only 3 stars, as we can tell. And now if you go ahead and delete all of them, it should update the UI immediately. Here we can see like it updates in real time, and it is always working in that way. We got 3 stars at the moment. Now let's try to test this search functionality. First, I'll just select all the languages with C++. Here we can see this is what we got. If I click to this clear, it will remove the filter and show me the entire result. Let's select Java, click to it once again, it has been deselected. And that was the functionality that we talked about it previously. Now if I just search for Rust, I can get it immediately. I can search the author. Now here we can see every single one of them has this author name. That's why it doesn't really update the UI, but instead just shows all of them. Then we can search for a title. So let's say some, And these are the snippets that have this some text. Okay, so with this, I think we can leave this section as it is, where we have built the entire snippets page. In the next section, we can build the snippet detail page, and I'll see you there. So let's move on with the snippet detail page, which would look like this. So let's start with this header component. And to be able to fetch this detailed data, we need to create a query. So let's go ahead and first create this page. I will say under the source, under the app, under the snippets, I will have a folder with this dynamic field. Let's say ID. You can call this really anything, but this is the name that I'll be going with, because in the URL, we're going to have a dynamic ID. And let's say page.tsx, refce, get this page. So you can now say snippet detail page. Alright, so let's just test this out in the UI. I will go ahead, refresh this page. This is what we get. This is the snippet detail page where we have an ID. And depending on this ID, we would like to get the snippet itself. So first I will create a query, and let's close this, open up the snippets file, and maybe just after this query, I will put this. Let me actually provide this to you. It is around 10 lines of code, or even 8. We say get snippet by ID. This is a query. We're gonna get an argument, which is the snippet ID. And here we say get a snippet with this ID. If it is not found, handle that case, and else just return the snippet itself. Then I would like to have one more function or a query. Let's say const get comments, because in this page we would like to see all the comments with its detail, right? So let's see, we have the query. Again, this would be taking the argument, and actually I will provide this to you. So in the argument, once again, we're going to get the snippet ID, which is the ID, like type of an snippet ID. And in the handler function, we're going to get all the comments that are belong to this snippet. Then we're going to order it in descending order, collect all of them, return the comments. Okay, so these are the two queries that we have just added. Get snippet by ID and get comments. So let's save this file and go back into the page and try to call those queries. So first off, we would like to get the ID in the URL, which is this ID that we have called. So let's see how we can grab it. First, I will make this to be a client component. I'll say use client, then I'll be using use params coming from Next navigation, and I will say dot ID. Now looks like we cannot get it, like it is not type safe. Why is this the case? So let's just see if it is a correct usage. I'll just say snippet ID use params dot ID. Let's say console log the snippet ID. Okay, so it looks like we haven't imported. What do you mean? Use params is called in function page. Okay, so this is a ESLint warning. It just basically tells you to make this uppercase. So I'll just say snippet detail page and just copy this name, paste this here. Let's just see the console in the browser. So I can see I got the snippet ID, which is this value that we have in the URL. So looks like it is working actually as expected. Then we would like to use this snippet ID to be able to get the snippet. I'll say const snippet use query and API.snippets.get snippet by ID, then just put the snippet ID inside. Now here we're getting a TypeScript error. It says the snippet ID is type of string array, or undefined. So let's just say this is actually gonna be, let's say snippet ID as, let's say ID of the snippets table. And let's try to get the ID from Convex. Okay, so we just force this to be snippet ID and the type, right? We just typecast this. Then we'll like to get the comments. We're going to be using them, let's say comments, or maybe for now let's just ignore them. We got the snippet itself, and we'll say if snippet is equal to undefined, that means we are in the loading state. So I can just say return snippet loading skeleton component. And let's try to create it, which is gonna be under under this folder. I will have components, all the components that are used in this file or in this page. And let's say snippet. Did I copy the name? Yes, I'll just say tsx. And you can grab this file from the GitHub repo. This is what I'll be doing. It is only CSS classes, and it should be working out without any issues. So here we can see no logic at all, just some skeletons. Then I would like to grab this import, save this file. You can take a look at the output. Let's actually do it now. I'll say true so that we can see the output. Okay, so this is what we're gonna see while it is loading for a second. Let's take it back and give it some classes and build the actual UI. So class name, minimum height of screen, let's say, give it a background, and it is gonna be this value, let's say 0A, 0A, I think like 0A, 0A, 0F it should be. There we go. Inside, I'll go ahead and just get my navigation header component, put it above, and then have a main tag with some classes, which are going to be looking like this. And now the first component that I would like to build is going to be the header component. So let's say header, and it would look like this. Okay, it is this component that we are trying to build. So I'll go inside and paste this in. We have the image of the snippet language, snippet title. Let's get the user icon. We put the username, when this has been published, and the number of comments. For now, we don't have it. I'll just comment this out. And let's go ahead and take a look at the UI. So this is what we got. This is the Rust code. Let's go into the snippets page and click to this one. This is some C++ code. And below to it, we would like to see this editor component, right? So let's go ahead and try to build it after the header. So here below to the header, I'll say code editor, and I'll say a div. Maybe I can provide this to you as well. So I have just grabbed it and I will put it after this comment. And I'll walk you through it in a second. Let's say we got the code icon. For now, ignore this copy button. Like comment this out, get the editor component, then get the language config, and get this function. We are going to be using the VS Dark theme, and this is going to be read only. We have font size, let's go with 16. Minimap is disabled. And like font family, font ligatures, padding, and these are the imports that we just got, right? These two lines. Okay, so let's take a look at the output, what we got. And here we go. This is how that look. If you try to type this, type into this, it will say cannot edit in read-only editor component. And we can see the entire code that user just shared. Okay, so at the top, we would like to have a button where we can copy this content. So that's why we're going to go ahead and uncomment this line and try to create this button. So under the components, I believe, I'll just put it inside .tsx. Let's try to build it, RAFCE or just RFCE. Okay, I'd like to make this to be a client component. And then I would like to have a state that would just say if it is copied or not. By default, this is going to be false. And let's get this code as the prop. Let's say it will be type of string, and we can get the use state. Then I would like to have a function. Let's say copy to clip board. Let's make it to be an async function where we can just say await navigator dot clipboard write text and put the code in it. So this will copy it, then we can set the state, then after 2 seconds we'll just say make it to be false. And here we'll have a button. Let's say on click to this button. We would like to call this function, and class name, let's just type this out. Hover state, we would like to make the BG wide of 20% in opacity or even 10. Then I'd like to make it rounded, LG, transition, all, let's say. Then we would like to give duration 200, group, and maybe let's just say group like this, and relative in it. Okay, after this, I'll just say, just go inside, have this copied, return this, else return this. Okay, my keyboard stopped working. I don't know why. Let me just fix it and come back. I was going to say now it started working. It is like in Bluetooth, so that's why it just, you know, let's keep going. I'll say check. Close this off. This is an icon coming from Lucid React. Then I'll say class name, size of 4, and text green of 400. And inside, like in the else case, we would like to have this copy button. Let's give it a class name, size of 4, text gray of 400. Then in the group hover state, we would like to just change the text color to be gray 300, and this should be dash. Okay, so this is the entire component that we're gonna have that we are exporting. Let's try to call it and save. Take a look at the UI. Once I copy it, this is what we got, and this content has been actually copied. So I'll just paste this in. Here we can see this is what we got. Then after this part, we would like to see the comments section. So we would like to build a component for this, and this is going to be the comment form component. Below to it, if we have any comments, we are going to display them. And here we can see they can be either regular text or some code. And we can insert this code by putting 3, let me show this. So we'll basically put 3 of these backticks. Then we'll say, okay, like this is annoying. Let me show you here in VSCode. So we're going to put 3 backticks and we'll say something like JavaScript. Then we're going to write the code like const x, let's say, hey, and we're going to close this off with 3 backslashes, and it would be previewed as a code in the UI. So with that, now we're going to build the comments section. So first I will go ahead and grab all the comments. So it would be looking really similar to this one. I would like to just duplicate this. I will call this as comments. It's going to be a query to get comments function, and we're going to put the snippet ID. And here we were using comments.length. Let's just comment this, like uncomment this. Here we just show the number of comments that this snippet has. And then we would like to put the comments component. And I think we are missing a div here, just before the main. Let's go ahead above. So here I would like to put a div. Let's say after the main, I'll have a div. This is going to be taking the class name, let's say maximum width of 12 pixels, 1200 pixels, and MX auto. I will take this like div and put it just before the main. And then here we'll go ahead before the main, before this div, we're going to put the comments component. And this is going to take the snippet ID as the prop. Okay, so we can just put it like this, and I don't know if we would need it, but let's just say snippet dot underscore ID. You can either put it like this or just have the snippet ID as the argument. I'll go with this option. Now let's try to create this component, which is gonna be under here. Let's say comments.tsx. Let's save and try to import it. And let's make it a type safe. I'll go here. Let's say we're gonna get the snippet ID, and let's put the TypeScript type snippet ID, but this is not gonna be type of string. This would be, as you can tell, import the ID, and this is gonna be, let's say, snippet comments ID, or actually snippet itself, because this is snippet ID, right? Okay, let's save, and here we don't really have any errors. In the comments component, we're gonna need a couple of different mutations. So let's save and see the output. Okay, so we have the comments. So here in each comment, we should be able to delete it, right? So here there will be a button if we are the owner, and we should be able to delete that. Let's create a mutation for this, and then we're gonna add one more mutation to be able to add a comment. Once we click to this button, we would like to create it. So I'll go into the snippets.ts. Let's shrink these. We would like to create a mutation. So I'll just say export const add a comment. And again, instead of just typing this out, I'll walk you through it. It's around 20 lines of code. So we got the snippet ID that we are trying to comment on, and the content of our comment, right? This is the content. Then we are going to handle it in this function where we first check for the authentication and get the current user, if it is in the database or not. If so, we're going to create a snippet comment with these information, right? So snippet ID, username, and then the content itself. Then let's save. We would like to create one more function, which is to delete a comment. And after, let's say, this mutation, I'll paste this in. Again, we're going to check for the authentication. We're going to check for the comment itself. And if user is the comment author from this if check, we'll just say you cannot delete it if it is not. But if they are the author, we can just delete it from the database. Okay, so I'll just save this and go back into the comments component. Let's get the user first. I'll say use or user from use user hook coming from Clerk. Then we'll say just have a loading state is submitting. And initially this is gonna be false. Once we submit that, that would be true. Then I would like to have one more state. Let's say deleting comment ID. When we delete the comment, we would like to see a loading state for that. And initially this is going to be null. Now let's try to fetch the comments once again. Let's say use query API snippets get comments, and we can put the snippet ID in it. Import the API, and this should be happy with us. Then we would like to get our mutations. So let's say add comment. This is going to be a mutation. So let's say use mutation api.snippets.add comment. And we would like to get the delete comment as well. Okay, so here we can see it is type safe. We got this function as well. Then we're going to be calling these functions in a handler function. So let's say const handle submit comment. And this is going to be an async function where we take the content type of string. We will handle the logic in a second. Let's duplicate this, and we will say handle delete comment. And this is going to take the comment ID instead of the content. Let's say comment ID, and this is not going to be type of string, but rather it'll be this ID of snippet comments. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Maybe we can build the function logic right now. Here I'll say set is submitting to be true before we do anything else. We're gonna have a try catch block, and finally the loading state would be false. In the try, we would like to call the add comment function with the arguments, so snippet ID and then the content. Then here we can say toast.error. Let's say something went wrong, and console log the error. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this function. Now let's try to create the delete function as well. It would be looking really similar to what we have above. Set deleting comment ID, just set this up, have a try catch. Then finally, this is gonna be null. Then in the try, await delete comment, put the comment ID in it, and in the catch we'll say toast.error, something went wrong, then console log it. Okay, so with these two functions that we have, we would like to build the UI, then implement those or call those functions. So I would like to have a div with a bunch of different classes. I'll go ahead, paste this in, and let's try to close this off. And what I'd like to have is one more div. This is gonna be for the header, like it will say discussion. Let's just see. So we would like to build this part right now. And this is gonna be 4 lines of code. I would like to paste this in, message square icon, and you'll say comments.length. Now I think here it says this could be undefined. So let's say if this is undefined, you can just return an empty array so that we can just get dot length. Alright, so let's save. After this h2, after the div, we would like to have one more div. And this is going to be taking class name of padding 6, smaller screens than above, padding of 8. And we'll say if we have a user that is logged in, render this part, else render this part. So if user is not logged in, we would like to show something like, please sign in to be able to comment. Okay, so this is what we have. And if user is logged in, we can show, let's say, comment form for now. Let's try to import this sign in button. And this is what we have. Let's just save and take a look at the UI. Okay, here it says comment form because we are logged in. If we try to log out, and it took us to the home page, let's go into the snippet page. So we can see it says sign in. If I click to it, it would take us to this page, but I want to have it as a model. So I would like to just say mode would be model, hopefully. And click to it. Let's try to log in. And go back to that page. Okay, so we can see the comment form, which is a component that we're gonna build. But for now, let's just keep building the rest of the page. Then we're gonna get into this part. So after this div, still in it, we will just go after here. Let's say div. I would like to give class name space y of 6. Then inside, I would like to just map through each comment. So I'll say comments.map. So get each comment and render a comment component. And this is going to be taking the key to make the React happy. Let's say key is going to be comment._id. Then we would like to send the comment itself. And we would like to send the onDelete method, which is going to be this handle delete comment. Then is deleting state, if it is true or not. Then finally, current user ID. Let's say user ID. And we're going to send it like that. So here it says this is undefined. Let's try to create it under the components. And let's try to just maybe create an interface for this. I'll say interface comment props. And here, this is what we're gonna have, the comment, let's say. And do we have comment type? I don't know. Did we created it? So it's gonna be actually string. Then we would like to have on delete function. And here, this is the signature that we have. It is gonna take the comment ID and it's not gonna return anything. So for now, let's leave it as it is. Then we would like to have, let's see, what do we have is deleting, which is gonna be a Boolean field. Deleting. And finally, the current user ID. Okay, that's gonna be type of string. So let's save. And maybe even before that, let's just say this is taking the comment props so that we can actually get this type save and grab those fields. Now, I have just said that the comment will be type of string, but this is actually not correct. If you take a look at this comment, the array, you can see each comment is this object with these fields. So what I'd like to do, just copy this and put it as this type. Okay, there we go. Let's try to import the ID field coming from Convex. Then in the onDelete function, we're going to be taking this comment ID as the argument. So let's just paste this in. And this might be undefined, right? Because if we are not authenticated, this user ID will be undefined or even null. So that's why I'll say this is going to be optional. Now let's save this and go ahead and try to import this comment component. Now this is happy with us and we can see this is type safe. So comment dot and we can get all these fields. And now we would like to build the UI. For the return statement, I will actually delete everything and grab the content from GitHub repo. You can do the same thing. It's around 20 lines of code. And let me just import these, then we'll go through it. So user icon and trash icon. So if we are the owner of the comment, we can see this delete button. And once we click to it, it would delete this comment. Then we have the comment username, the creation date, as well as this icon that we can see. And millions of different class names that we can see here on the UI. And we are rendering the comment content. Later in the video, we're going to actually change this with a different component that would show us some code. So let's say we're going to make it in a component that we're going to see this code block if it is a code block, or else we're going to see this comment text. Okay, so for now, let's leave this comment component as it is, because currently we don't really have any comments in the database. It is time to build the comment form component so that we can create some comments. I'll just say comment form, and let's try to create that component. I'll copy the name. Under the components, I will paste this in. And here you can see this is the entire route under the source, app, snippets, ID, components, and comment form. And just go ahead, try to import this component. And at the moment, we have too many components open. So I would like to just click to this and just say close all the others so that we can just focus on this one. Now, before we start building this component, I'd like to show you the output, the component that we're going to build. So this is the comment form.tsx file where we'll have a preview button at the top. And then we will have this, let's say, text area where we can put the comment. Then finally, the footer component where we can submit this comment. And if there are no comments, this is the UI that we're going to have. But if there are some comments, we will be able to just display them and syntax highlighting, right? So this is a code block. This is how we can see it. We can copy it, but this is a regular text. So this is how it'll look like. I would like to go into the comment form. We're going to be taking a bunch of different props, or maybe just even two. And since we're calling this component in the comments.tsx, let's go ahead and visit this file. So we are not using this function as well as this state, but they will be actually passed into the comment form. So I'll say on submit. We're going to be passing this function as well as this state. And let's go ahead and take the props. So I'll just first create an interface called comment form props. And let's say we're going to be taking this on submit function. This is going to be, let's say, promise, and we will have this void because this is an async function, right? And we are not returning anything in this function. That's why I just said void. Then let's say is submitting, which will be boolean. Now let's say this is what we have. This is our props. Now this should be type safe. Okay, so in this component, I would like to have a state. Let's say use state. And this is going to be the comment itself. So we're going to store the comment in this state. Then we would like to have this boolean state for is preview or not. And by default, this is going to be false as well. Then I'd like to have two different functions. Let's say handle key down, and we're going to see what this function does. For now, just leave it as an empty function, duplicate it. Then let's say handle submit. Okay, this will also be an empty function that we're going to build in a second. So we're going to return a form element. On submit, we would like to call this function and class name margin bottom of 8. Then I'll go inside, just have a div with these classes where we would like to just give some styling to the background color and then the border color. And now inside this, I would like to have this header component where we can see the preview button. So I'll say comment form header, let's say. And you can find this from the GitHub repo, which is around, I think, 10 lines of code. I will get that, paste it. So we have a button where we say type of button, on click to it, set this state, just negate it. And if it is preview, add these classes, else add those, and just change the text depending on the state. So after this comment form header component, we would like to put the comment form body, let's say. So I'll just go inside. Maybe let me just scroll a little bit like this. Let's say we'll say if is preview, we would like to render this, else we would like to render this part. If we are previewing, we'll have a div. Let's say, oops, accidentally I have imported this one. I'll delete it. Let's say this is a div and close this off. This is going to be taking these classes, minimum height of 120 pixels. Then we're going to put padding of 4, and let's say text is going to be this custom value, E1, E1, and E3. Now in this div, we would like to have a component, which we're going to build in a couple of minutes. But for now, let's just put the comment content itself. Okay, so let's just say comment.content, I believe. Do we have the comment? So this is the state. What I'll be doing is just say comment content. Okay, just leave it as an empty string for now. Then we'll like to build this part where we'll have a text area component. Let's say this is what we have. Let's delete the name and ID. I will give this value, and we can make this to be self-closed. Okay, so we're gonna have this value of comment. We'd like to put on change. Okay, let's say on change. We're gonna update the state with the eTarget.value on key down. This is the function that we have created that we're gonna handle in a second. Then we'd like to have a placeholder as well as some classes. I'll just paste this in. There we go. This is what we have. Then after this text area, after this, let's say form body, we would like to handle the footer component. And looks like we got some errors. Let's just try to delete these, it should be fine for now. Okay, I'll just put a comment after this one, comment form footer component, and I would like to paste this in where we have this submit button with some icons. Okay, so if we are submitting, this is what we're gonna see. If we are not submitting, we're gonna see this text, and this is inside a button, and then we have that information next to the button. So let's try to save and take a look at the output, what we're gonna get. Alright, so this is how that look. Once we click to this button, let's say we just put some comment. Once we click to it, it should save this to the database and immediately update the UI. So for this, we need to handle that function where we have, let's say, handle submit. So this is going to be an async function where we take the event, let's say react.form event. And we can just first prevent the default. And then we would like to just check if this comment has any value. Let's say if comment.trim is falsy, then we can return out of it. But else we can just call the submit function. Let's say onSubmit, and this is going to be taking the comment as the argument. Then we would like to have this state resetted. Set comment to be an empty string, and let's say set preview gonna be false. So we have a warning. It says expected 0 arguments but got 1, because this should be taking, let's say, comment, which is type of string. And this is the signature that we have, right? This is taking the content, which is going to be the comment, because it will call the mutation with that content. Okay, so with this in mind, let's try to see this in action. I'll say, hey, thanks for sharing. And if we say preview, for now, nothing changes, but we're going to make that work. Let's say comment. And here we can see this just got a comment immediately, and we can see it here. Since we are the owner, we can delete that. And you can see it has been updated here as well. And let's refresh. It should still be there. There we go. And let's take a look at the snippet comments. This is the snippet ID. This is the user ID, creation time, and then the content with the username. So it looks like everything is working. I'll go ahead and delete this. It has been deleted. It is updated here as well, and it shouldn't be in the database. Okay, so it looks like everything is working as expected. Now, when we click the preview button, we would like to see the comment content, and it could be a code block. So we need to create this component so that it is looking really cool and nice, right? It should be, the syntax should be highlighted. So let's see how we can make this work. So here we said, where is it in the comment form? Okay, we said comment content, but here instead of doing this, I will go ahead, just say comment content component, and we're going to be creating this in a second. And this is going to take the content as the argument, which is going to be, let's say, comment itself. Okay, so let's try to create it under the, let's say, source app snippets ID and components. So I will say comment content.tsx. Let's say get the content, or did we call it as comment? No, it is content. So let's say content, and it will be type of string. So let's try to save this and import this component in this file. Now we can go ahead and try to build this component. Now in this component, we would like to take the user's comment and actually parse it. So let's take a look at an example. If they put something normal, it should be just a regular text. But if they want to put some code, let's say JavaScript code, they're gonna put 3 backticks, the language name, let's say JavaScript, then they will put the code inside. Let's say name is equal to John, and they can close this off with 3 backticks. Now, if they comment this, it would look like this, right? So this is being highlighted. But in this comment, you cannot see this backticks as well as the language name. So this shouldn't be shown to the user. And we need to really keep this in mind and actually get the actual content and get the language. So we can, how can we make this work? And for this, we're going to be using regex. So let's say const equal to a variable, which will be parts. And I would suggest you to get this from GitHub repo. This is what I'll be doing. So we are going to get the comment and just split it into parts. This would take the backticks as well as the language itself and then the normal text. So we're going to go ahead and return a div. Let's say this is going to take some classes. I'll say class name, max width of, let's just say none. This would be in the default case, max width none, and we'll say text would be white. Then I'll go inside, say get the parts, map through it, and just get each part as well as the index. So we'd like to go inside and just check if part starts with 3 backslashes. So if this is the case, that means we can extract the language and we can show some code block, right? I'll say const match, and again, I will put some regular expression here. And let's just see what this does. I'll go and just put a comment. So let's say user type this in. I'll copy that. Just comment this out. Let's say, okay, we have 3 backslashes. So this is going to go ahead, take the language itself, and it's going to take the code and just take a look at the match. So we'll say if it is matching, if there is a match in this format, let's say if there is a match, we're going to put this match and we're going to get 3 different values. We're going to skip the first one. We're going to get the language, which would be this one. Then we're going to get the code itself, which would be this part, right? And then we'll say return a component called code block. And we're going to put the language, code, as well as the key into it. Now, I know this looks absolutely complicated, but this is really the solution that I came up with. And it is working pretty well. Because otherwise, I don't know how we could extract the language and then the content. There might be a library for this, but just using 2 regular expressions doesn't really look bad. And I actually grabbed those with the help of AI, if I have to be honest, which is pretty fine. Then if there is not a match, that means it is a regular code. So we can show just, regular text. So maybe just type something like this, right? So that we can display it. And I'll say return. If this is not the case, we're going to say part dot split with a new line. And just like this, we would like to map through it. I will get the line. So let's say this is going to be in the callback function. We'll have line, and I'll say a line index. And I would like to go ahead and render this p tag. Say p. We're going to put the key, let's say, as the line index. But since, I think line index should be fine without any issues as the key. Then I will say class name, margin bottom of 4. Let's say text, gray of 300. And we can say the last element margin bottom will be 0. Okay, and we can just put the line as the content. We don't have this component, so let's try to create it. This is going to be the component that would actually highlight the code itself. So I'll go ahead under the components, paste this in, have this .tsx. And just try to import this. And to be able to highlight some code, we're going to get a package. So I'll go ahead, open up a new terminal and just say npm install React syntax highlighter. Let's install this, and I think we just once again need to put this legacy peer depths. Okay, now that we got that, I think what I'll be doing is just get the entire component from the GitHub repo, which is around 40 lines of code. So I'll just paste this in and walk you through it. And I have even added some comments to make it make sense. This says you're not having the types. So let me just grab this, paste this in as well. Clear this terminal, paste this in, and at the bottom, I think I'll just say legacy peer depths. So now you can delete those and bring them back. We don't really have any errors. So we're getting the language and the code as the prop. We're getting the code and just, how do I call it? Like we trim it basically. First we split it into lines with this new line character. Then we remove trailing spaces from each line and join back into a single string, as you can see from the comments. Then we have this language itself where we show the image as well as a copy button. This is something that we have already created, as you can tell. And then we're going to put the syntax highlighter component, which will take the code and it will take some props. So it will take the language so that it can actually highlight that syntax. It's going to take this style, which is Adam1Dark, that we're importing from React syntax highlighter package, and some custom styles, show line numbers, true, and wrap lines. Let's save, and hopefully this should be making sense at this point. I know we have just copied and pasted this one, but really there is no logic other than rendering content. And here, that was absolutely crazy, but I think that's fine because it is regular expression. There is no other solution than this. Okay, so with this, let's take a look at the output. I will go ahead and actually try to add some code inside. So I'll say 3 backticks, let's say JavaScript. I'll say const name is equal to John, and just turn this off. Let's say preview. There we go, it has been highlighted. We can copy it. Looks like it tried to submit that, so let's see why this is the case. When we click to this copy button, let's just make the type to be button so that it doesn't submit. By default, this button will be type of submit. But here, if we just put it as button, it shouldn't be any issues. Let's save and try to get this and test this out once again. I will put it like this. Let's say preview. Why this did not work? JavaScript. Maybe it should be like this. Okay, so we have 3 backticks. Maybe there is a space here. Let's say preview. Okay, there we go. There shouldn't be any spaces after here. Now it is working as expected. When we say copy, it didn't submit that. And we can say edit. We can even add more into it. So I'll just say console.log hey, and let's say name. We can see the line numbers. It works without any issues. Let's say comment this. This is what we got. Now you might be asking why this is not being highlighted, because we haven't fixed the comment component. Let's take a look at the comment itself. Okay, so we just take the comment and display it. Instead of this, if we said comment content and put the prop into it, now this should be highlighted, as we can tell. Alright, so everything is working as expected. And now everything works as expected, but we're missing one functionality in this text area component. If you take a look at it here, it says when you press the tab key, it will insert some spaces. But if I just type something in, press tab, it goes to the next element, which I don't really want to. I would like to give some spaces when I press tab. So for this, we can go ahead and complete this function under the comment form where we said handle key down. So this is a function that will be called whenever you press a key in the text area. So this is the function that we are calling. And this is going to be taking an argument as the event. This is going to be a keyboard event coming from the text area element. I just grabbed this from GitHub repo. And here we say if key is equal to tab, we would like to prevent the default behavior so that it doesn't focus to the next element. We are getting the start and end characters or the selections. Then we add a new comment, which is going to be like 2 spaces. Here you can see we have 1 and 2. Then we would like to just put it into the UI as well as the state. Let's save and take a look at it. I'll just type something in, let's say ABC, press tab, it gives spaces. And here you can see it just works without any issues. Alright, so with this in mind, I think that's gonna be it for this entire component. We can add comments, delete them, display them nicely with syntax highlighting, show the creation time, the author information, as well as the code itself, which is read-only text editor. So with that, that's gonna be it for the snippet detail page. In the next section, we can build the profile page. Alright, so now it is time to build the profile page. And as always, before we build it, let's take a look at the output, what we're expecting. So this is the profile page where we'll have the profile header component at the top, where we'll have some stats. Here we can see we have 3 different cards. Then below to it, we can see all the code executions that we have done in the past, as well as all the snippets that we have started. So let's start with these 2 functions. First, we would like to build those queries so that we can fetch all the code executions that we have done and all the start snippets in our end. So let's say go under the Convex. Let's start with the snippets. Here we have a bunch of different queries, but let's just add the ones again, the very last one. I will kill the left-hand side, and I think I can provide this to you from the GitHub repo, and then I'll just walk you through it line by line. So we call this as get start snippets. It's a query, and this is not taking any arguments because it'll just grab all of them. Then we'll say here is the handler function. We check for the authentication. If user not authenticated, just return an empty array. If you wanted to, you can return an error as well, but this is what I'll be going with. Then we are just trying to fetch all the starts by this user, and then from those starts we are grabbing the snippets. Here we can see context.db.get start.snippetid. Then we are returning all the snippets back to the user with the help of this query. So that's gonna be it for the snippet. Now we would like to have the code executions as well. Currently we just have 1 mutation where we can save it. This is where we run it when we run the code. But now we would like to add a query where we can just grab all the user executions. Here we can see this is the list of executions that we're going to see in this page. Now this will be paginated, and Convex gives you that option where you can just fetch some part of the data. Then if you really wanted to, you can say load more and it would paginate it. So let's see how we can make this work. I'll say export const, and you know what, instead of typing this out, I think I can just provide this to you. I really feel bad by copying and pasting, but I think it just saves us a lot of time, and it just makes sense to explain it line by line rather than typing this out. And especially if we keep that in mind, I am a pretty slow typer. I think this makes sense at this point. So let me just import those, then I will walk you through it. So we got the query as well as the pagination options validator. So this is a query. Once again, since we want to get our code executions, we pass the user ID as well as the pagination options because we want to make this to be paginated. Then we return something, which is going to be all the code executions that we have, right? Then we say order this in the descending order and just paginate it. And we're going to see how we can call this query so that it would be paginated. So what do I mean? Like normally we would say use query. Let's see an example. Okay, so instead of using use query, this time we'll say use paginated query coming from Convex. And we're about to see this in a couple of minutes. So let's close this and close this left-hand side. And we're gonna need one last query where we can actually get some stats of this user. And like here we can see we have some data, but they have been aggregated. So we just got the very last executions in the last 24 hours, right? Then we got the most start language. In this case, it is Python, and the most used language where we calculated depending on the code executions that this user has. So this function is going to be looking a little bit complicated because we are aggregating some data. And let's just go back to the VS Code. It is going to be under this file. I will grab this and I'll provide this to you. You can grab this from the GitHub repo, just like I have done. And this is around 50 lines of code. Let me walk you through it. So this is a query where we get the argument of the user ID. And then we just say, grab all the code executions of this user ID. Then we say get start snippets. Then once we get those, we would like to actually grab all the snippet details. So first we get the snippet IDs, then snippet details by sending a request. Then we would like to calculate the most start language. Here we can see we are using the reduce method so that we can basically just accumulate the data and aggregate it. Then we would like to get most start language. This is what we have. We are grabbing it like out of this data. I don't know, like I should be going here a bit faster because this is some code that has been abstracted away from the code base. So we can just really say, give us the user stats and we can grab all of them. And you can take a look at the rest of the function, but basically we're trying to get the last 24 hours, the language stats, favorite language, and just return all of them as the response. Okay, so I hope this makes sense at this point. This is the very last query that we have in this file. Now I would like to go ahead and create a profile page under the source app, let's say profile route page.tsx, and generate this file. I think I'll just call this as, let's say, profile page. And under the profile folder, we would like to have components. And here we'll put some different components such as loading skeletons and profile header file. So let's just start with the profile header.tsx. And this is a file. I think no, it is not that one. I was going to say you are going to copy and paste because it will be the skeleton. Let's say profile. What should I call this? Let's say header skeleton.tsx. And this is just some Tailwind CSS classes to give loading skeleton. That's why I have copied it and pasted. No logic at all, just some UI. And let's generate this component as well. Let's save and go into the page.tsx. This is going to be the file that we would like to run all of our queries. So I'll just start by getting the user from Clerk. Let's say use user coming from Clerk Next.js. Then I will get the router as well. We'll be using all of them in a second. Let's say use router coming from Next Navigation, it should be. Okay. So then we would like to get the active tab, which will be a state. I would like to say get the use state, and I'll make this to be a client component. And there's going to be two different tabs, either the execution or start. Okay, so we can see this is the start tab and the executions tab. Depending on that, we are going to update the UI. So let's go back. We would like to have the user stats, which we have created a query. So I will have this user stats, call the use query, import the API, go under the code executions and get the user stats. And here's the user ID that we just passed. Then we would like to get the start snippets. And let's just paste this in. Again, this is a query where we go and fetch those. Now we would like to have some paginated result, right? So let's say const use paginated query, and we'll say api.codeexecutions.getUserExecutions. This is the query that we try to make that will be paginated basically. And we're gonna put some arguments. The first one is gonna be the user ID, let's say, which will be user.id. And let's say if this is undefined, we can just send an empty string. And let's say just optional chain this. Then as the second argument, we would like to put the initial numbers. So this will say how many items we would like to get. And this should be initial num items. And let's say we would like to fetch 5 at the start. Did we import this one? No, we don't. Use paginated query. So what is the difference? Okay, so I have accidentally imported that twice, but it should be looking like this. Let's say you're gonna give us some results back. And I would like to call this as executions. And we're gonna get some status back. Let's say execution status. Then finally, we're gonna get this load more prop and is loading, let's say. And I'd like to rename this to be is loading executions. Okay, I'll save to get this formatting. Maybe just put this above. Okay, so we have put an argument to put the user ID, then one more so that we can give the initial num items. Then we'd like to get the user data. We're going to be using all of them, just be patient. Let's say use query api.users.getUser. This is what we have called it. Then we're going to put the user ID. And let's just pass this ID coming from Clerk. Then I'd like to have a function. So let me just show you. So let's say we're going to show 5 different execution, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's say. Then at the bottom, we're going to show a button that would say load more. And once we clicked it, if we can load more, we will be able to fetch those. So this is the function that we are building right now. When we click to that button, we're going to call this handle load more function. And let's say if execution status, let me just type this in, execution status is equal to can load more. In this case, we're going to call the load more function with the 5 different, like 5 new results. So that's going to be it for this function. And like one last time, I'll add an if check. I'll say if there is not user and if it is loaded, so that means user is not authenticated. In this case, we can take them back to the home page. Let's say router.push and take them to the home page. All right, so this is what we have. A couple of different queries, some states, and now we would like to build the return statement. So I would like to say we're gonna have a div at top level. We can put class name min height screen and give a background of, let's say, 0a, 0a, 0f. And then I would like to have the navigation header component at the very top. This is something that we have created previously. Then I'll have a div, let's say class name max width is going to be 7x large, mx auto, so that it is centered, and some paddings in the y and x direction. Then I'll go ahead, say profile header, just add a comment, then I'll say if we have the user stats and if we have the user data, then we would like to render this right hand side. Let's say profile header component. And this is going to be taking some props such as user stats and user data, as well as the user itself. So let's say we're going to pass the user in it. Then let's say we will below to it have this loading state. I'll say if user stats is equal to undefined, or let's say, or if it is not loaded, we would like to show this profile header skeleton component. And then we would like to go below to it, just put the main content. So what I mean by main content, after the header component, this is going to be the main content. So let's just say main content. I'll go below and have a div. This is going to be taking a couple of different classes. Let's just say class name and just paste this in. Okay, so here we'll have tabs. I would like to just say tabs, and I would like to grab it from the repo. You're going to see this comment if you take a look at this file. So we're importing the motion. We're going to have some tabs, which is going to be a constant. You can find it as well from the repo. I will paste this in. It's going to be this array with two different objects. Let's say list video icon as well as the star icon. This is the ID and this is the label that we're going to see. And let's get the motion. Okay, so we just got the framer motion. Let's see if we have any errors. Here it is not really happy with the types. So let's go into the profile header component. Let's say we're going to get the user stats. We're going to get the user data. And we're going to get the user itself. Let's say profile header props. So copy this name, go above, create the interface. And for now, I'd like to just give any for all of them to make the TypeScript happy for now. But now ESLint is not really happy with us. We're going to fix it. Let's save and go into this component. So we have a couple of different warnings that we're going to fix later in the video. Now let's scroll to the bottom a little bit. After this tabs, we would like to put the tab content. And I'll be importing something from Framer Motion, which is going to be animate presence. So let's save to get this formatting. And we'll go below and try to have this animate presence with the mode being wait. And close this off. There we go. Inside, we would like to put a motion div where we can show the executions and the starts. So I'll paste this in. Let's close this off. And the very first thing I'd like to add is going to be the, let's say if active tab is executions. Then we'd like to render this component. So let me save, get this formatting and paste this in. You can grab this code from the repo as well. What I'll be doing, just go at the very top, import the image from next image, and I'll walk you through it in a second. Let's get the code block component. Get this icon. This one as well. Here it says executions status. I think we had it as execution status. And chevron right, let's say. Okay, so let's see what we have done. So we have just pasted this in where we have like mapping through the executions. For each of them, we show this div and we say, let's see, we are going to have the execution image with a bunch of different class names to make it look nice. We're going to show the language as well as the creation time. Then we'd like to show the error label. If it is an error, If it is success, we would like to show the success label, which is this part that you can see. This is what we have just built. Then we would like to show the code block as well as the output, if it is an error or if it is a success. So we have the code block where we put the code as well as the language. Then we have the either output or the error. So this is exactly what we're doing. And if we are loading, we're going to see this loading spinner. But if there are no executions, we're going to say no code executions yet. And if we can load more, we can see this button where we can basically paginate the next query. So I hope this makes sense. Let's try to save this and see the output. Let's see how this would end up. Go into the profile page. Okay, so currently we don't have the header. We're going to implement that, but as you can tell, we can get the code without any issues. These are all the, let's say, all the code executions that we have done in the past. How many of them do we have actually in the database? So it is 6. We should be able to paginate it at least once. So we can see the output if it's an error or if it's a success. Now that we have like 5 results, we can paginate one more. And we just got that the very last output. Okay, so now when we click to the code executions, or I should say start snippets button, it would update the UI, but we are not displaying it. So let's go ahead, visit the VS Code. I'll just scroll to the very top, shrink this. Let's get the exact same comment, but this time, let's say active tab is stars. You can find this comment from the GitHub repo and you can paste this 60 lines of code. Let's import the link from next link. Once you clicked it, that would take you to that snippet page. We have the image. We're going to have the start button and the clock icon. Okay, so if there are no results, we're going to see that it says start exploring and start the snippets you find useful. And above to it, we have the snippet code for that snippet, snippet title, creation time, and all the data. We are just trying to visualize it. And here we can see this is what we have. If I click this, it would be on start, UI updates immediately. We can go back in, like, alternate between these tabs. But now if you ask me, we have some kind of like issue which is related to user experience. So here this code is too long and maybe user doesn't really want to see this completely initially. So they should see something like this that says show more. When they click it, then this code can be expanded. So let's try to build a component for this. So here we are using the, let me show this, we are using the code block. But this is not really the exact output that we would like to have. So instead of using this one, I'd like to create another one. You can obviously make this to be, how do I call it? You can make this to be reusable, but instead of doing that, I'll just keep it a bit simple and just create another code block, .tsx, and just have that component here, which would look like this. This is exactly what we had previously. We have a state to be expanded. This is it, like this is the Boolean state that checks if it is expanded or not. Then we have the lines and displayed code. And if it is longer than 6 lines, we are not going to show the rest. Instead, we're going to show a button, but otherwise we're going to show the code. So we have the syntax highlighter with some options, then this button that would say show more or less. I hope this makes sense. This is the exact same component actually that we had here in this one, but on top of it we have added this expanded logic. So instead of importing it from this file, let's actually delete that. But instead, I will go ahead and say grab this from the current folder or from the profile components. Let's take a look at the output. All right, so this is what we got. Once I clicked it, I can see it has been expanded, but otherwise I just see the very first 6 lines. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? There is one line here, as you can tell, and it happens for all of them. Okay, so I hope it makes sense, and we'd like to go ahead and build the profile header component right now. So I'll just go into it and let's try to see what we're gonna have. I would like to get all these start snippets because we're gonna be using them. I'll put this query, let's import that. And now you might be asking, like, hey, we call this both in this component and then here in this component as well. Let's see where that is. We say snippets, like start snippets. Now this is not a problem because this would be cached by default thanks to Convex. All right, so let's say we're gonna get some stats, which are gonna be these. Let me show you. All right, so we're gonna have 3 different stat cards so that we can display this data that you can see on the UI. I will give an array where we have 3 different objects. So the first one is code executions, where we can get the activity icon as well as this timer icon. We have some colors, gradients, descriptions for each of them. Let's get the star icon, trophy, code 2, then trending up. Okay, so now we would like to use these stats and display some data in the UI. I'll go ahead, say this is gonna be a return statement with a div. So if you ask me, there is no logic in this component at all in the return statement. That's why I'll go ahead and copy that from the GitHub repo. Just get this div, paste this in, and I'll walk you through it. So we have this motion import and this zap icon. Let's try to get the motion, then I'll show you the UI. Okay, let's save. And do we have any errors? Let's get the user icon as well. And let's take a look at the output. Alright, so let's just refresh. We're gonna get this loading skeletons, then we can see the UI. Since we are the pro member, this is what we see. This is how we set that up in the users, right? We're gonna fix this and just make it actually work with the actual payments. But for now, let's keep it as true. You can hover over them. There is this beautiful glow effect for each of them. And it just works without any issues. So here we can see in the last 24 hours, we don't really have any code executions. So let's go ahead and maybe run some code. I'll go ahead and run this one. Let's take a look at the profile page. It should be 1, as you can tell. Most start language is C++. Let's take a look at it. That's correct. And the different languages that we have used is 4 so far. And the most one used is Go. So we have Rust, JavaScript, C++, and the one that we have run most is Go. So as you can tell, this is working without any issues. Let's make this to be false and how UI will update. Now we don't really see that badge where it says pro member, but for now let's keep it as true. Okay, it just updates without any issues in real time. Now let's go back to the VS Code and try to fix this type errors that we have. So instead of any for the user stats, I'll actually grab the type. Let's say we have the user stats. This could be either undefined or this object, but I will not get the undefined part. I'll explain why in a second. Let me just copy this and say this is the type that user stats will be. I didn't get the undefined. It is because we are only showing this component if user stats has been, if it is not undefined basically. Then let's do the same thing for the user data. I will not get the null or undefined, and instead just grab this, paste this in. import the ID, and finally let's handle the user case. And let's say this is gonna be type of, I think it should be user. Let's see where that is. Okay, it's actually user resource. So I'll go ahead and try to import it. Let's say import user resource from @Clerk, but not from Next.js, but instead from types. And we can put it as the type. Okay, so let's save. Now it looks like we don't have any errors. Maybe we can fix this image stuff or leave it as it is. There is a fix for this ESLint warning. If you really want to turn this off, you can copy this rule name. If I can copy it, there we go. From left to right, if you go from right to left, it takes this ESLint as well, which is kind of annoying. Just go ahead and take this rule name and go into the ESLint file. I will say my rules, which is an object, and I would like to turn this off. And we should put a comma here. Now we don't really have that warning, right? Maybe I just want to use the image element, so I can go ahead and turn that warning off. Alright, so with this, I believe this is gonna be it for the profile page, where we can aggregate some data, display it nicely in these cards. We have code executions and start snippets. It just works without any issues. We can even unstart it from this page. When we click to the snippet itself, it should take us to the snippet page, and we can see all the executions which are paginated nicely. So with that, I think in the next section, we can build the pricing page where we can update this pro member. By default, it should be false. And once the user pays, this will become true. So let's go ahead and say this is gonna be false. And in the next section, we're gonna make this to be true after user pays. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. So let's move on with the pricing page. And before we write any code, let's take a look at the output that we're gonna have at the end of this section. So this is the UI design that we are trying to go with. We will have a bunch of different hard-coded data, like these cards at the top. Then we'll have this card where we can see the price. And once we click this button, we will be taken into a page where we can actually put our card details and just pay for it. Then once we pay, this field in the database that called is pro will be equal to true, and we'll get access to those languages, right? They are in the free plan, they are locked. And there will be one more UI, which is gonna be this one. So after you pay, and if you visit the pricing page, this is the UI that you're gonna see. It'll say, it will say pro plan active, and you should visit the homepage to be able to see it. Alright, so with this in mind, let's try to build this UI first, then we'll build the next one that we have. So first I'll build this pricing page under the app, and I'll say pricing page.tsx. Let's shrink the left hand side. I'll say RAFCE or RFC. I'll say, I was going to say profile page, but it should be a pricing page. And the very first thing I'd like to do, just make it to be an async function. And we're going to be checking for the user in the database. So I'll say const user, first get the current user from Clerk. This is the authenticated user, and we'd like to create a Convex client. I'll say new HTTP or Convex HTTP client, I believe. And we'd like to put this environment variable into it. So it should be process.env next public convex URL. Then we'd like to call our function to get the user from the database. So I'll say const convex user. This is something that we have done previously as well. So we'll say convex.query, and we're going to put this API users.getUser, and this was taking an argument called user ID. We can put this user ID coming from Clerk. If this is undefined, we can just send this empty string. And I'll say if Convex user is pro, then we'll like to return this pro plan view component, which is something that we're going to create in a second. Let's say we'll have some components, and let's start with this one. I'll just copy the name, create this file. This is only UI, no logic at all. It is 45 lines of code. I will take this from the GitHub repo and just paste this in. We have the header and some UI elements with classes. So I'll save and try to import it. And let's go back to the localhost. And let's say we'll visit the pricing page. So this is what we have if we are in the, let's say, if we didn't pay, right? But if we pay, we should be able to see this. I'll go ahead and mimic this by saying this is going to be equal to true. And since we are fetching this data in the server, it doesn't really update in real time, right? We're just getting this in the server. But if we were using something like use query coming from Convex, then it would update in real time. So this is something to keep in mind as well. Now I'll refresh. This is what we see right now. And if we click to this, it would be taking us to the home page. But now this should be equal to false. Okay, let's refresh and try to build this UI. So what we have here, this data will be hard-coded. So I would like to create a folder for this called constants. So under the pricing, I'll say constants and this index.ts file. And you can grab this file from the GitHub repo as well under the pricing, constants, and index.ts, where we have this enterprise features, which are going to be these cards. These are the data for that, and the, let's say, feature items, I believe. So the features for the development, we have 4, for the collaboration 4, and for the deployment in the same way, which are going to be these cards, right? Okay, so let's go back, save this file, and we would like to build the UI. I'll just delete everything here and return a div, which is going to have all these classes. Let's just say class name and paste this in. And I'll go inside. Let me give some spacing. And I'll say get the navigation header component and close this off. Then below to it, I would like to have the actual content. We'll say main content, have a main tag or the element. Let's say class name, it will be relative. Let's say padding top of 32, bottom of 24, and padding axle 4. Then I'll say this hero section. And maybe before we build the hero, I will have a div. Let's say div, this would be taking the class name maximum with 7x large and just center this out with mx auto. Okay, so we have main div and then the hero section. You can find this hero section from the GitHub repo. It's around 10 lines of code where we just have the h1 as well as the p tag. So it is going to be this part that you see on the screen. And then we're going to build these cards. And I will go ahead, let's see, what are we missing? It says cannot find div, just delete it and bring this back. It should be working out. Like VSCode sometimes gets like dummy and it says div is not found. Like, what does that mean? Okay, so after the hero section, we'll like to put the enterprise features. And again, this is the constants that we are trying to map through. I'll say enterprise features imported, and for each feature we return this div, which is basically the card with the icon. Let's save, take a look at the UI maybe. Okay, hero section, the cards, and below to it we would like to put, let's say, this one. And here on the demo application you can see we have borders, but I think this looks even better, like it is fading out. So I'll be going with this UI design. Then let's build this card. So I will shrink this section and I will say pricing card, which will have a div, let's say, class name, will have relative. So relative, then maximum width of for X large will have MX auto. Then I'll be getting a div. This is gonna be for decoration purposes only. And let me give you the entire line, you can see it. Then I'll have one more div with some classes. Let's say class name, I'll say relative. Maybe I can just provide this to you entire div with the class names. Okay, then inside you can basically grab it from the GitHub repo, this entire section. I will put two different decoration elements. So we have this as a decoration and this one. Then I would like to put the lifetime card itself. So I'll have a div, let's say class name. I'll say padding of 8, and I'll say medium screens and above, padding should be incremented by 4. And I can put this relative as well. So now in this card, we would like to have this header component, right? Then we'll have these these 3 cards. Let's start with this one. I will put a comment here. I'll say the header and just go ahead, grab it from the GitHub repo. Let's get the star icon from Lucid React. And then below to this, we would like to have some featured cards. And for this, I will be creating a component. Let's say under the components, under the pricing, I'll say feature category. And this should be like this, category.tsx, and one more called feature item. .tsx. And these are the components that you can grab from the GitHub repo. So this is the feature item, where we just basically take the children and display it in this span. We have a check mark next to it. Then we'll do the same thing for the category. This would be taking the children as well as the label and display them like separated with space Y of 4. Alright, so let's save this. We're gonna go ahead and try to get them. I know we're just doing a lot of copying and pasting, but this is only UI. I don't really think we should be wasting time on this UI. So after the header, you can shrink this, go below, paste this in. We will get the feature category, the features, as well as the feature item. So we have the development section, the collaboration, and then the deployment, which are these, right? Development, collaboration, and deployment. So let's take a look at the output. This is exactly what we wanted to get. And now we can see it says advanced AI or CI/CD integration. In our application, we don't really have those features, but just to make the UI look cool and clean. If you wanted to, you can remove those completely. And finally, we would like to put this button, and if user is not logged in, we want to see a button that says sign in. And at the bottom, we're gonna add this, and it should be fine for the UI. So I'll go ahead after the, let's say, maybe I can put a comment after the header. I'll say features grid. And after this section, we would like to put, let's say, call to action. I'll go ahead and say we'll have a div with these classes, flex, justify, centered, and if user is signed in, let's get it from Clerk. Clerk Next.js. If user is signed in, we would like to see a button that says upgrade button. And this is a component that we're going to create in a second. And if user is signed out, we would like to see the login button. Let's see, do we have this component? Looks like we don't. This is something that we're going to create as well. Let's start with the upgrade button. I'll go ahead under the components, just say upgrade button.tsx. And this is some UI code that I will be pasting. We just have a link with this icon as well as the text. And this is taking us to the home page. This is going to be changed later in the video. For now, this is like just for styling purposes. Let's say to do, make this work actually. And let's try to import this one. And we'd like to get this login button component as well. I will be putting it under the components, but in the root. So source components, because we're going to be using it in a different place. I'll say login button.tsx. And you can grab this from the GitHub repo. I will copy it, paste this in. Again, just UI, here it says if user, this should be the sign in button coming from Clerk, mode of model, and we just customize the content. We give our own button with the classes to make it look cool and nice. So I'll save, go ahead and try to import it. Oops, let's say import, and this should be good to go. The other place that I'd like to use this one will be under the header profile button. So instead of this sign in button, this is what we had previously. We're going to have the login button. Let's close this off and we can comment this out or just delete it completely because we don't really need it. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and take a look at the output. Here, since we are signed in, we can see this button. If we sign out and go to the pricing page, we're going to see this sign in button that is a type of model. I'll try to log in and go back to the pricing page. So this is what we have. And with that, we have the entire UI design ready. Now we would like to go ahead and implement the payments. For this, we're going to be using Lemon Squeezy, which is a product that has been acquired by Stripe. So far, you'll probably see Stripe everywhere in every single tutorial, even in my tutorials. But now, for the very first time, I'll be using Lemon Squeezy in this channel. And this is such a great product to get started with. It doesn't have as much as features that Stripe has, but it is a lot more easier to get started with. And they even handle the email marketing for you. So once a user buys a product from you, they are going to get the receipt in their inbox out of the box. So you don't really need to use an email service to be able to send emails. So with that, I have just created an empty account. We don't really have anything. This is the test account. And once you have done this, and by the way, this is completely free to get started with. You don't really need to pay anything. And in the live mode, let's say you will take your application to the production, you would go under the setup and activate your store by putting your, let's say, verifying your identification, connecting your bank account and that stuff. But here we'll just go ahead and learn the test mode. And learning this should be enough to get up and running with the actual activation process. Alright, so that's just so much talk. Let's go under the homepage and under the store, create a product. And this is going to be a product worth of $39 and one time. So no subscriptions. Let's say create a new product. For the name, I'll say Codecraft Pro Plan. Let's say plan. And for the description, let's say get access, or let's say get exclusive access to the entire platform for life. Okay, so I don't know if I need to zoom in, but here we can see this is going to be a single payment, standard pricing, and for the price, I'll go with, let's say $39, like that. And you can change the category. They're going to handle the taxes for you out of the box. And for this is going to be a SaaS, right? Software as a service. For the media, you can put an image that would display in the payment page, but I'll go and skip this. You can add files. let's say like it says upload an unlimited number of files to your product, and your customers will be accessed after they purchase, right? So let's say you are selling some source code, you are selling some images. This is the place that you can drop your files in. So for the length variance, I'll just skip that. And I think like after the confirmation, once they pay, you can add a message as well as the title. So for the title, I will put something like this. So thanks for trusting us. We hope you will enjoy the platform. And for the message, you can just put really anything. I'll take this placeholder and paste this in. Alright, so this changed the formatting, but let's say, thanks for the purchase. Alright, so I'll go ahead and just publish my product. You can obviously customize anything and everything, but I'll just leave everything as it is to keep it simple. And here we can see product has been created. So let's say save the changes. Okay, so we have already done this. Let's try to just say cancel so that it would go away. But anyways, like we got the product and there is this share button. You can take the link and the quantity is 1 by default. So let's say copy this and open this up in a new tab. So now any user can visit that link and actually pay for this. Here we can see this is the title and this is the description that we just put. And like this is powered by Lemon Squeezy, as you can tell. So we're going to see this in a second. But first, let's try to copy this link and put it into our code base. I'll go ahead and visit the, which component was it? So it was upgrade button where we have a to do. So I'll just delete this. Let's say const check out URL and paste this in. Make this to be a string, and this link should take us to this URL. Okay, let's save. You can put it as an environment variable as well. For now, I'll keep it as it is. So let's go back to our application, click to this button, and as you can see, we are on this page. Now, email has been filled in for me already. It is because it can see that I am logged in into my, let's say, Lemon Squeezy account, but normally this should not fill in for other users. So let's just try to pay. Like we can go with the test data, which is a bunch of 42s, and let's just select my own billing address, put the postal code, and pay for this. So as you can tell, this is not going to update the database because we haven't implemented the webhook, which we'll get into it. But here we can see this is the title and the description that we just put. We can see the order history. This is the very first one that we have just bought. We can generate an invoice. So everything has been handled by you from by Lemon Squeezy. Let's take a look at our inbox if we get an email or not. So I have just logged in, and as you can tell, we got 2 different emails. So the first one, it was just 1 minute ago. I had to pause the video and clear out my inbox. That's why it says 1 minute ago. But as you can tell, I just got this right now. This is the receipt. Here it says you just paid $39. And as the creator, as the owner, it tells you you just made a sale, right? And here we can see this is the product that we just sell, and this is how much it cost to our users. Alright, so with this, looks like the payments are working out of the box. But now we need to handle this webhooks that we have talked about it previously in the authentication process. When someone signs up to Clerk, we said that we need to let our database know this user. So we just added this endpoint, which is a webhook endpoint, right? Now in the same way, we need to let our database know that this user has just paid. So now they're in the pro plan. We're going to update this field, this one, and let's see if we have anything else, and the process date. So for this, just the exact same way, we're going to create an endpoint. Let's say this time it is going to be lemon, let's say slash lemon squeezy webhook. And the event name, I think it was order created. Now in this case, we're gonna take that data, or we're gonna take this event and update the database. We'll say this user has been just paid. Alright, so with this in mind, let's see how we can make this work. We need to go under the settings, under the webhooks. Alright, so here it says these webhooks will only work with test mode data, which is fine. This is what we're doing. And in the live mode, the only change you need to do, you would switch this, like toggle this off and go under the webhooks, add your actual deployment URL. So let's say add a webhook endpoint. In our case, we are using Convex, our backend. We can get our URL. And for this, in VS Code, we had this environment variable for the Convex URL. So I'll get this entire thing, paste this in. This is what we have done previously. But if you remember, we had changed this cloud to be site, because this is what Convex has in the HTTP actions. So I'll say HTTP actions Convex. Alright, so they want you to put this .site at the end. This is what we're doing. And for the endpoint, I'll say lemon squeezy webhook. You can put anything, but this is the name that I'll be going with. Then you had to add this signing secret. This should be actually a secret. You shouldn't be sharing it with anyone. I'll keep it simple. I'll say some secret. Copy this, and we're going to be using it in a second. And let's say the updates we would like to subscribe to will be order created. And we can save this webhook. Before that, you can take a look at all the events that we have and just say save webhook. Alright, so now we just added our webhook. What I'll be doing, go into my environment variables and just add that secret. I'll say lemon squeezy, let's say webhook secret, and paste this value in, save this, and I think we can visit VS Code. Maybe just close everything. Just like previously that we have done, we would like to listen an endpoint. So what I'll be doing, just shrink this the exact same way you put my lemon squeezy endpoint. I'll even put this above. Now I will say http.route, and I would like to add this object into it where we'll have the path. Let's say this is not going to be Clerk webhook, but we called it as lemon squeezy webhook. Then the method, which is going to be post. Then the handler function, which is going to be an HTTP action that we have done just like here. We'll take the context as well as the request. Now I'll get the payload string, and I'll say await request.text. And we'll like to get the signature. And again, we need to just verify this webhook that is actually coming from lemon squeezy, because a malicious user might be sending a request to this endpoint. So we just need to identify that. So we'll say request.headers.get. Sorry, I should be saying request.headers.get. And this is how they call it, X signature. Then I'll go inside or below. I'll say if there is not a signature, we can return a new response. For the message, I'll say missing signature. And then the status, let's say, will be 400. But if we have it, we can have this try catch block. Let me scroll a little bit. And in this case, we would like to say payload, and we're going to be calling an action. So let's say context.run action. Now here, I would like to call a function that is going to be internal, and I'll explain what that means. Let's first import the internal coming from generated API, coming from Convex, and we'll say lemon squeezy dot verify webhook. Alright, so why do we call internal instead of API? Basically, internal means an internal action can only be called by other functions. Let's take a look at the documentation in the Convex. So if you just search for internal functions Convex, you can see that internal functions can only be called by other functions, and they cannot be called directly from a Convex client. And in this case, this is a perfect use case for this. Here, I would like to add some arguments, and you might be asking, where is this coming from? Well, this is going to be a file that we'll have under the Convex folder. So let's leave it as it is. And we're going to put two different arguments into it. Let's say payload, let's say payload string, we'll add it, and then the signature itself. So now let's try to build this verify webhook function in this file. I will go into the lemon-squeezy.ts file and just try to have a couple of different imports. So I'll say internal action, we'll be using it. Then we'll like to get the v, and we'll like to get create HMAC coming from crypto package. Now, since we're using the crypto package, we need to call this as use node. This is the runtime that Convex gives you. So you just had to change the runtime to node to be able to use this package. I will have a function, let's say verify signature. And then I'll have one more function. This is the actual one that we're using. I'll say verify webhook. So it is going to be this function, right? So let's say verify webhook, which is going to be an internal action. Then this is going to take the arguments where we'll have this payload v.string and the signature itself. And I'll go ahead and say handler function where we'll have this async, context, and args. I'll say const is valid. So I'll say verify signature and put the payload as well as the signature. And this is a function that I can provide you. So here we have the webhook secret. Let's try to get that. I'll say webhook secret. Oops, not like this. So process.env, and this is what we have just created. Lemon squeezy webhook secret. So let's say .env, paste this in. Let's say this will always be there. And we are trying to basically verify the signature with this webhook secret, just like we have done in the clerk section. So if it is valid, or first let's just say if it is not valid, we would like to just throw new error, let's say invalid signature. But if it is valid, we can say return json.parse this payload. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead into this file. Now that we just check if it is valid or not, we can go below to this and just say if payload.meta.event name. So event underscore name. If it is order created, that means we can get the data from the payload, and we'll say, let me just actually delete this part. I think it'll make sense if we type it like this. I'll say await context.run mutation, and we can call a function to be able to upgrade the user. So you can say api.users and upgrade to pro. This is a function that we're going to create in a second. Let's add the arguments. Let's say email will be data.attributes.user email. So this is what Lemon Squeezy sends you. And we're going to add 3 different arguments as well. I would like to provide them rather than typing this out. We'll have Lemon Squeezy customer ID for this user, the order ID, as well as the amount. So let's try to build this function, which is going to be under the users. For now, we have only 2 functions. Let's say export const, this is the function name, So this is going to be a mutation. Let's say mutation. This is going to be taking some arguments. So where we had these 4, right? I would like to just grab all of them and paste this in. The email, customer ID, order ID, and the amount. And we would like to just say we'll have the handler function where we would like to go inside, get the user first. So we'll say await context.db, and here we would like to go ahead query the user's table. We'll say filter the user. We could use an index, but I'll go with this one where I'll say query dot equal to query dot field where the email is equal to this user's email and get us that user. If user is not there, if it is a falsy value, we can basically throw a new error. I'll say user not found. And let's make this to be uppercase. But if we have the user, we can basically try to update the database with these values. I'll say context.db, and for the updating, we have a patch. Let's say patch, we're going to put the user ID, then the fields. I'll say is pro going to be equal to true. Pro sense will be date.now. Lemon Squeezy customer ID, the let's say order ID, as well as what do we have? Yeah, I think these 2 should be enough. That's all we need. And I think I'm just missing the pro amount. I have just realized. I'll put a comma, then pro amount. Let's see, do we have this coming from like here? So here I think it says pro amount does not exist in type partial. Didn't we add it into the users? I'll open up the schema. Okay, so it looks like we are not storing the pro amount, so I'll go ahead and delete that. I just had it in my notes. Sorry, it's my bad, but we shouldn't have it in this application. Then I'll save. Just before we end up, I'll say return success of true, I'll say. Okay, so now with this, we should be able to good to go. We don't really have any errors here. As we are returning the success, we can just destructure this. Let's say success, and we can do anything we wanted to do if we are in the success case. So now you can add any optional features here. So let's say optionally send an email, but Lemon Squeezy will handle the email for us. So maybe you can send a different email saying welcome back to the, or maybe welcome to our platform. You will be in this platform in lifetime, things like that. But for sending receipt, the Lemon Squeezy will handle that. So I'll just leave it as it is. Let's say optionally to anything here. Now in the catch case, we would like to handle the errors. You can put a console log for debugging purposes. I'll say webhook error and show the error, as well as return a new response, let's say. So this is the name that I'll be going with, as well as the status. And if we are in the success case, we can say return new response. We can give the body, let's say it has been processed successfully in 200 status code. Alright, so let's save. Hopefully this should be good to go. So let's see what is happening. In the first step, user will pay. Once user pays successfully, Lemon Squeezy will send us a webhook where we can take it and verify that. If it is verified correctly without any issues, we're going to check for the event name. If it is equal to order underscore created, I just put that this is a mistake. This should be order.created. If this is the case, we are going to upgrade the user's plan to the pro plan, and this should be user email. I just had 2 different typos. Just make sure it is actually in this way. Then in this function, we are updating the database, right? And sending this success of true. And you can do anything after after the success case. So with all this in mind, let's go ahead and try to test this out. So I will visit the Pro page. Let's try to pay for this, and let's see if the database will update. Let's put the test data. That should be 42. And if in your case this does not work, just go with a larger value. Because if you put like 42, it says 24 has already been expired. You should go with a higher value. And then let's put the billing address. You can put anything, but this is the one that I am in, the Turkey. Let's say pay. And once this is done successfully, it should hopefully send the webhook and update the database. While I was talking, it just became, and here we can see it is in the Pro plan. This is the, I think, the customer ID, the order ID, and process right now. We can go ahead under the Lemon Squeezy, under the webhooks, we can see order created has been processed successfully. And you can see the request here. Like, this is what Lemon Squeezy sends you in the request. Okay, so with that in mind, that means the payments are also working without any issues. Let's see, go back to the application. And now we have access to all these languages. I'll go with C++. Let's say run this code. It will take a bit of time, but here we can see we can run TypeScript. We can get some errors. Okay, it says where the error is happening. We can right click to it. Let's say go to definition. It should take us to here. And we can say open up the command palette, add line comment. It would comment this out, right? So with all this in mind, that means everything is working as expected. Even in the Pro plan, the database is in sync with the Lemon Squeezy. There is basically 0 errors. I would like to add a like optimization, I should say. Here, if we search for something that does not exist, we don't really see anything. So let's just handle the UI for this. I'll go back to VSCode and close these. It is going to be in the Snippets page, I believe. Alright, so after the snippets grid, I would like to add this case, let's say edge case, and I will put this code right now. And I'll even say empty state. And let's paste this in around 20 lines of code. We'll say if the filtered snippets length is equal to 0, we would like to see this output with this code icon. Here will basically say just be the first one to share the snippet. And if there is a query or selected language, we're going to see this clear all filters. Let's save and take a look at the UI. Alright, so if we just search for something that does not exist, this is the UI that we're going to get. Let's say clear all filters. It would take us to the previous state. So with all this in mind, I think in the next section, we can deploy this application. So I'll see you there. Alright, so now it is time to deploy our application. Before we try to deploy it, I would like to kill these terminals and just try to build it and see if we have any errors, warnings in the terminal. I'll say npm run build. And this is going to create an optimized production build. This will take a bit of time. While this is building, I think we can create the repo. So I'll just go ahead for the repo name. I'll just say codecraft. And I'll make this to be private. While you're watching this video, it's going to be public. But until I publish it, I'll go with the private option. And let me try to zoom in. And should I call it as code-craft or... yeah, I think I'll go with this name. Then let's say create the repo. So we're going to go ahead and take this command, copy it. And looks like we don't really have any errors in the terminal. So it is built successfully. I will clear this out. I'll say git add all git commit -m. M stands for message, as you can tell. And we'll say project completed. And just before this, I think you can always handle the metadata under the layout. I'll not be doing the images or the icons, but you can go with the title and change it. So I'll just say code, craft, and let's say for the description, share and run code snippets. Okay, so I'll just keep it simple, but if you really wanted to, you can customize the entire application. So now that we have a change, we need to add this git add once again. I'll say git commit -m, let's say project completed. And let's go with the P to be lowercase. So we have just added our commit. Let's try to connect it with our GitHub account. I'll clear this out, paste this in, and run it. So let's go back to GitHub. We just got our code, and we would like to deploy this to the Vercel. So I have just logged in into my Vercel account. Let me zoom in. I'll say import the code craft, which is just updated now. Before we say deploy, we would like to add our environment variables. Let's go ahead, visit the .env local, and let's just see. I will delete this comment, delete this one as well. Just take everything, save this file, and paste this in. And now we can just say deploy, hopefully. So this might be crash, like this might be crashing in your case as well. I think here it will crash because we always need to run this --legacy -peer deps. So as you can tell, it still wants you to put it. So we can go above. If you didn't get this error, it's completely fine. Just ignore that. But if you get it, you would go under the settings and update the install command. I'll say npm install --legacy peer deps. And hopefully now we can deploy this. This is going to take around 1.5 minutes, I believe. And once this is done, I'll just be right back. So it took me around 1 minute and 15 seconds. Here we go, it is up and running. So I'll just say continue to the dashboard. We got a domain, let's click to it. And looks like it is working in the browser, right? In the deployment URL. So I will just ignore this. And this is a toolbar coming from Vercel, but your users will not see it. This is only shown to you because Vercel just detects that you are logged in. But anyways, now let's try to run code. Well, we cannot really. We need to log in, and we cannot select any other languages. So I'll go ahead and just say sign in with my account. I'll go with this one. Alright, so we just logged in. Now we are in the pro plan by default because we already have done that. I'll go ahead into the database, maybe just delete this user completely and try to sign up from scratch. So this should be gone. We're going to go ahead under the users. Let's delete that. Alright, so let's refresh. This is the UI. Let's try to sign up from scratch. Okay, so we just signed up. Let's take a look at the database. We got the user thanks to Webhooks. Now we can visit the homepage and just see that we are in the free plan. We cannot run any other code other than JavaScript. So we can zoom in and we can refresh. Everything should be in the local storage. As we can tell, we can produce some errors. So it works without any issues. Let's try to go with the pro plan. I'll try to visit here, upgrade the pro, and just put the details. Let's go with the test detail. Put the billing address, postal code. Alright, so this will process it, hopefully. Then once it is done successfully, it should update the pro plan. And while I was talking, looks like it has already done this. Now we can go back to our application. So we were here, let's say, just go back. And in the pricing page, it says Pro plan is active. Let's go into the home page. We can see all the other languages. Let's just run this. Okay, it works without any issues. We can take a look at the profile page. So this is what we have done a second ago. We have only 3 code executions. Let's try to create some more so that we can see if pagination works or not. Let's say a lot more. Okay, so it looks like everything is working as expected. So we can go into the detail page as well. It should be from the snippets page. Let's start this and go back to this page. We can add a comment. Let's try to preview it. I'll put 3, how do you call it, backticks. I'll say JS and console.log three backticks as well. Let's say preview. This is what we're gonna get, right? And like, what did we got? Button text small, event handlers on this element, block UI updates. Okay, so this is some, I think, optimization warnings that it tells you these are the places that you can optimize, but I think for now we can ignore this. And while we're here, let's just say comment. We can see it in real time, delete it if we really wanted to. And this should be read-only, so you can update that. So with that, I think we have tested out every single feature. Let's go into the snippets page. The filters are working as expected. This grid layout is working without any issues, and the themes are also working. So with that, that's gonna be it for this entire application. I hope you liked it. If you liked it, you know what to do at this point, and hopefully I'll see you in the next one.